Well, hi there, beautiful collective. Welcome into your Archetype Pick a Card reading today. Been waiting for this one. I'm very excited to bring this to you guys today. Yeah, we're going to start the session off by just saying, before you pick your card, I want you to tune into your intuition. You can either pick by choosing the card itself by tuning in, or you can pick by the crystals that are located on the cards. So, of course, if the reading does not resonate, say maybe you second guessed your first decision, I would say then, if it doesn't really sound like you're reading, skip ahead to the next timestamp and check out the other two readings because one of them may be for you. And when you are tuning into your intuition, it's really important for you to quiet the mind, tap into your inner being, your emotions, your body, and trust the sensations and the feelings that are coming up. If you have claircognizance, that is like a clear knowing, or if you're able to hear things, then trust your initial feelings or thoughts. Trust the very first thing that comes to mind within 10 seconds or even 5 seconds of looking at that card. But do take your time to, um, scan over each one or each crystal and then allow yourself to feel into it, okay? And again, one of these messages may be for you, or there may be two that apply to you, or maybe all three. So feel free to watch the whole video. Feel free to just pick one card. It's really up to you, and it's based on your own intuition. Okay, so I have actually pre-shuffled all the cards and I pre-pulled each pile. So they're just off to the side. That makes it a little more fluid for me, less editing on this video as I go through. Since these messages can be longer, to like 3, 4 hours for me on my behalf, not each pile, but for me on my behalf, the recording, I do pre-select all of the cards. Sometimes I pull some, but towards the end of each pile. However, today I decided to pull them all together to make it a little more streamlined so I have time to make some supper tonight. All right. So hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate the beautiful energy exchange that we have here. And let's get started with our crystals. So, sorry, I'm going in the wrong order. So, pile one. Your stone or crystal is this raw amber. Okay. Yeah. And I'll be clearing my throat a lot today because since I started tapping into the collective energy, there's been a lot of congestion in my throat. So there's been a lot of, um, we'll see what that is. There's been something that's been trying to come through that can't be fully expressed or is trying to block my throat chakra. But as soon as I tapped into the collective energy, it was like, oh, okay then. So pile two, your selection is this beautiful raw opal. I don't know if the light's going to pick up all the shimmering different colors, but I'll do my best. Try not to put my fingers in the way. Okay, let's try this again. Should have maybe just grabbed a flashlight. You can kind of see it. Oh, as I move away from the camera. Okay. So your piece is raw opal. And pile number three, your piece is this green turquoise chunk of fluorite. And now these crystals also, when you are finished getting your reading, I suggest that you, even before you select your stone or before you start your reading, I suggest that you write down the crystal for the pile that you chose because very specifically they hold meaning for each card. I did um, choose based on the energy of each card. Okay, so there will be some additional messages there that you can Google what the meanings are, what the energy is behind each crystal, what they can help with. Yeah, so there will be some specific messages that you can utilize in each one. Okay, so I'm going to give you a few minutes here to pause the video and make your selection, and then we will get right into pile one. Okay, pile one, thank you so much for being here today. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what is underneath this card with this beautiful specimen of amber. If you chose this card or this specimen, this is your reading. So welcome in. I'm going to put that there. Okay, so your archetype is the mentor. Okay, so this is the path that you have chosen. So it's kind of like a part of your purpose. Well, it is your purpose. And again, your archetypes can change or you can have additional aspects to your archetype. But for this purpose, this is mainly your specific purpose in this journey, in this lifetime. Okay, so your archetype again is the mentor. All right. Very noble. I am going to read the guidebook. I don't break out this deck that often. However, I do understand, what this is about. But um, this book, this artist, Kim Kranz, puts a lot of detail and work into her decks. And so um, I am going to read that off for you. I just have to figure out which page it's on. 73. Okay. Okay, so the mentor, the teacher, the sage, the guru. It is said that cosmic knowledge pours down on the world like a great illuminated waterfall. This can be an overwhelming force. The true teacher, though, is said to be able to hold this flow of wisdom at bay while the student sips from a focused stream. The mentor archetype has a gift for reading the room, for sensing the exact ingredient that will stimulate growth within the student, whether pleasant or painful. The mentor may appear aloof or available, harsh or tender, humorous or rigid. Their gift is to know what serves the soul. Ultimately, the mentor is in service of the greater cosmic good and aids in the elevation of consciousness. Anytime the mentor forgets this humble link and mistakes themselves for the source of enlightenment, the archetype falls into shadow. So when this archetype is in the light, it's focused, clear, bright, remains a student. When you're in your shadow, you're self serving, envious of youth, righteous, and rigid. And a way to go deeper into this archetype, if this is you, the riddles of Zen masters will really help, and their students. So the riddles of Zen masters and their students. Ah, that seems great. Okay, now, pardon me. Although it's typically true that parents are our initial teachers, the child will eventually seek a mentor figure outside of the home to assist with their growth. Keep in mind how easy it is to project power onto another. The expressions feat of clay and cult, uh, oh, the expressions feat of clay and cult of personality exist for a reason. Hmm. Yeah, so if you are the mentor, there is a requirement for you to learn um, a balanced way of approaching people as well as yourself. So it starts with yourself and it ends up with other, right? Because you are the teacher, you are the guide, you are the mentor. It's really important for you in this lifetime to learn um, how to best serve the world, and that comes from a balanced state, knowing when to speak, when to hold back, what to say, what not to say. You know, you are constantly, if this is you, you are constantly reading energy. You are constantly picking up on even the most subtle cues that each individual or even group or energy has in their energetic field, their aura. And so you're able to discern a lot of information just based on a person's energy. But because you are the mentor, you do not just see energy, you see a whole being in a holistic manner. So you see their energy, you feel their energy, you see their body language, you are able to discern how they are able to or how they what they are actually communicating behind the words that they're saying. So you have very strong discernment. Not only within yourself, or this is the path that you're supposed to be on if you haven't developed your discernment yet, but you are a person who is meant to be able to read all of the information between the lines. So, regardless of whether a person is wearing a mask or not, if you are the mentor, then that means that your ability to see behind the mask and to really see perhaps the insecurities, the vulnerabilities, all of the traumas, what they really mean behind the words, because most people just use words just for the sake of using words. You're able to see that. You're able to see behind that, and you can see the truth. And with that truth, instinctively, as you develop all of these skill sets, instinctively, you know when and what needs to be applied and when it needs to be applied, right? So you will, you likely will not even have to think about this when you're working with others or you're even just communicating with others. You'll know who to say what specific things to and who not to, right? Because this comes with strengthening all of these gifts and abilities that come with being the mentor, is that you've been around for a long time, many, many incarnations, which is why you have this lifetime right now where you've been gifted this lifetime where you get to be the mentor in a very open way. And so if you're not fully there yet, don't fret. This is an indication of what is coming into your life or what path you're on. And this is meant to help illuminate the path for you, to help you strengthen those skill sets. Okay. So that is amazing. That's a great card to pull. All right, my mentors. So here is your pile. I got them in order of the questions that I asked. So we're going to start off with what is the energy that your archetype as the mentor utilizes the majority of the time? cornucopia. Okay. So whether you're aware of it, consciously aware of it or not, the energy that you are utilizing at like the majority of the time, whether you're even aware of it or not, is abundance. So this cornucopia card represents and symbolizes abundance. So you're actually somebody who is extremely abundant. And so you part of this journey is understanding how to remove all of the blocks and everything to your abundance, right? So for you, it's going to be really important to understand that you work hand in hand with this energy of abundance. Abundance is just naturally a part of your soul frequency. And so even if you've been manifesting things that are not good, like negative experiences and things like this, it's going to be really important for you to understand how interconnected this energy of abundance is. And that means that with your free will, you are allowed to decide whether or not you want to manifest good into your life and a lot of like positive abundance, or if you want to continue manifesting negative abundance into your life, okay? Because, like, literally, it's as though these two energies are woven together in your soul. And so you can very easily manifest negative things into your life, right? Or you can remove those blocks and clean up your energy, learn whatever lessons you need in order to empower you to become the mentor, because the mentor out also goes through a lot of negative, like really difficult situations, like more difficult situations than some people in the population. You've chosen a path that requires you to learn from the experiences that most people, most souls, especially younger souls, couldn't take on those challenging roles and as many as you have. So if you resonate with being the mentor, then you have taken on a lifetime likely of very difficult, challenging experiences because you need to be able to not only learn the lessons from that so that you can teach them, but you need to be the one who is able to heal from those things and to be the example for others. And with that amount of information that you've received from so many and so many difficult situations and maybe even different situations, this is what allows you to have the wisdom after you do your healing to be able to teach people properly, right? And it requires you to step into this understanding of how to apply the the experiences, so the learned knowledge that you acquire along this journey, as well as the experiences, and integrate them together into what you would call wisdom, right? And this is what you're using. You're touching, you're digging deep into the wisdom or the eternal well within you of wisdom in order to um, generate the experience that you want, as well as assist people on the planet. So your role, everybody's role is very important, but you are here to be the example. You are here to be in that position where you have, where you're constantly in a surrendered state. You're constantly learning how to surrender your old patterns, your old beliefs, your old conditionings, your addictions, your afflictions, your pain, your trauma, your wounds. You're likely a person who is capable of going very deep into some of the most significant traumas head first because and go through it as much as you need to, and need to process it and such. You're likely one of those people who's capable of doing that, withstanding that, because you've already withstood so many really difficult situations in your life. That now, that going into those things, although it's painful, you see the benefit as you begin to become lighter, and um, you're letting go of burdens, you're letting go of the pain, the resentment, the trauma. You begin to feel lighter, right? The sun shines in, and that's what motivates you to continue on this path, right? To continue to um, integrate your shadow aspects and to continue to alleviate all of the things that have been burdening you. And this allows this cornucopia state, this state of manifestation, to change from shadow aspects to abundance aspects. So abundance comes in many different ways, right? It's not just money, but abundance is a state of being where you already feel complete, and you don't strive for excess, you don't strive for anything more. And that is a part of your mentorship. This is a part of your path, is to, excuse me, confirmation verbs, is to learn how to be or feel fulfilled regardless of what is going on in your life. And that is emotionally, mentally, spiritually, physically, in all realms. So part of your experience here as the mentor is to learn how to um, receive and give in a reciprocal manner, as well as how to feel content no matter what is happening. So it does require a lot of time and patience in learning the skill set that is required for you to be able to detach emotionally from the 3D realm. So that doesn't mean that you don't feel emotions. It does not mean that you don't uh, feel sad if somebody passes away, or if something happens that makes you angry, that you don't feel your emotions. And what it means is that you learn the skill set not to be swept away by these things. So you're essentially able to train your focus back onto creating the abundance that you truly want and feeling happy, feeling joyful, feeling content. I mean, even when somebody passes away, what are we truly feeling? Is it your experience to have to feel the same way as anybody else, or are you celebrating that person's life? If somebody feels you're being disrespectful because you're not crying or mourning, but instead you're thinking about all the beautiful times that you had with that person and the good things, and celebrating their life, does that mean you're wrong? No. So this is a part of the lesson of discernment for the mentor, is to learn what your cornucopia truly looks like, what your way looks like, what your abundance looks like, um, what your path is. You're here to carve the path for others. So you're a way shower. You are the trendsetter. You're the one who goes first, right? Because you have this information. You're the one who will guide a whole collective. And so you also have to stand up for yourself if somebody disagrees with the way that you are doing things, because it's your path and you need to defend your own path. This is a part of this whole cornucopia. So realize that this energy that you're working with, this is your mainstay energy. This is the energy that you are always working with, is this abundance. And it's about aligning to it through learning the lessons of integrating yourself into your most authentic self, which means discarding anything else that anybody else says or thinks, or thinks is correct, because it may be correct for them. Maybe that's how they mourn, or maybe that's how they deal with life. Maybe that's how they see life, but it's not the way that you see it. And so it's going to be very important for you to ensure that you're constantly staying aligned with that. And it will require struggle. It will require some strife. It will require cutting people and things out, or at least verbalizing and standing up for yourself, and what you believe and what is right for you, right? Your right path, in order for you to stay within this light and to manifest the things that you really want, right? So it's going to require for you, lessons being learned, going in deeply to your experiences, and also reflecting on, because we've got a lot of black and white, reflecting on the duality and the nature of your being as well, not just that of others, right? So it's going to be really important for you to see where perhaps you were showing up in a way that wasn't conducive, or that brought specific experiences on in your own life. So you're going to have to be, as the mentor, very upfront, no sugarcoating, be very honest with yourself as you look at yourself in the mirror of these experiences, okay? All right, so this is a great energy. Once you learn how to harness it, this is an amazing energy to have. Okay, and then my next question was, what does your archetype as the mentor struggle with? Okay, got these three cards here. So, hopeless, sinking, despair, falling apart, boundaries. No, drawing the line enough, and escaping, avoiding, blocking, pushing away. So that does make a lot of sense. Um, because you've been, goosebumps. Okay, Holy Spirit, thank you for the confirmation. Um, because you've been through so much, like so much. Most people could never understand how much you've been through as the mentor. Most people's souls do not, again, decide to take that journey because it's too hard. And then most people who have taken this journey, and I shouldn't say most people, but a lot of souls who have taken this journey in particular, have felt so hopeless that they've decided to leave on their own, right? So this is a very difficult journey. If you're resonating with being the mentor, you have had a lot of life experiences, and a lot of lessons, and a lot of opportunities to learn things that most souls, maybe newer souls, have chosen not to go down that path, right? So a level of hopelessness, a level of depression, a level of escaping, that makes sense that that would come through, right? With hopelessness, often we're conditioned to run away from our pain, right? And so if you are somebody who has been dealing with darkness for so long, it can feel like there's no way out. It can feel like this is never going to end. And so, what you would be struggling with a lot would be this hopelessness, this ingrained belief structure within you, um, that would probably likely tell you that you're not valued, that you are uh, not, let's see, worthiness issues. That, thank you, Holy Spirit. For some reason, I'm having troubles communicating this message. Okay, so you may struggle with issues around self-worth, um, because of the experiences that you've been through. And this may lead to a feeling of despair, a feeling of hopelessness and depression, anxiety, even. Um, and that is very common for the mentor to actually experience along their journey. You've also likely spent a lot of time alone, like you've been in situations, whether that be in your upbringing, or even later on, where you didn't have perhaps a support system, or you didn't trust anybody that was in your circle, even your own family, that you could speak to or relate to, because perhaps your feelings were dismissed, um, or even attacked, you know? Yeah, I'm getting a lot of energy around isolation being a key factor to this depression, to this hopelessness, and situations that have arose within your life that have contributed to these moments. Now, I don't see you as somebody who has been consistently depressed or consistently hopeless, but you tend to be somebody who swings greatly from up and down, like you have greater swings, I should say, and perhaps you've had longer periods of that as you have aged. So you may have felt this hopelessness more and more, like the extended amount of time in which you've experienced this darkness, this void, this hopelessness, this shadow, this depression. You have likely experienced longer periods of that as you've gotten older and older. Now, that doesn't mean it's been consistently because it's been situational based on the amount of trauma and experiences you've had. So remember that your trauma and your past do not define who you are. You get to decide that, right? You get to decide that in every single moment that you have, in every single day is a new moment, is offers like millions of opportunities to change your thoughts, change your ways, change your beliefs, to heal, to look into your trauma, to look into your past and decide for yourself. You get to make decisions, right? And boundaries comes up again here, which is very clear because you are the one to forge the new path for others to walk down. So you're likely a black sheep, or what is the other one? The scapegoat of the family. Okay. You've always done things differently, and you've likely been attacked for that as well within your family or within your work environments or within social settings. Your light has likely been attacked because of that reason, because you are so different from the herd, right? You are somebody who's always gone against the grain in some way, shape, or form. Maybe you still tried to stay within the box that you were placed in within your family, but you rubbed people the wrong way. Your energy rubbed people the wrong way. And so you are somebody who's likely been toxically dumped on emotionally or used as the scapegoat or um, used in a way energetically and emotionally that would allow people to try and get you to conform by using really toxic structures in order to bend your will, right? And so you've likely had issues around boundaries growing up and within relationship to others, whether that's platonic or romantic. You've likely had no boundaries, or you've had difficulty in establishing boundaries, or maybe you didn't even know what boundaries were. I can relate to that. I went through that myself. I didn't even know what a boundary was. I grew up in a toxic system as well, where I was not taught even what a boundary was. I was taught to allow people to do whatever they want and say whatever they want and treat me however they want, right? And I had to submit. That's what I was taught. So for you, you likely have been through something very similar where boundaries were not a thing, or boundaries were a cause or a source of contention for you. Because if you were in a relationship with somebody who doesn't respect boundaries, and again, this is romantic or platonic, then upholding those boundaries becomes a job in itself and it becomes exhausting. And so eventually you let them down, right? So as the mentor, as you begin to integrate this shadow aspect of yourself, and this is a shadow aspect, as you begin to integrate this aspect of yourself and hold firm boundaries, this is what allows you to step into your power because you are going to be required to consistently hold your boundaries, which is what's going to tell the universe, like, yeah, I'm no longer willing to tolerate that behavior or this kind of energy or this type of person, right? So you're going to have to defend your unique soul core frequency and energy because you've always rubbed people the wrong way. And that's not your fault. Absolutely not your fault. It's other people who have an issue with themselves, which they then take out on you because you're not conforming to their idea of who you should be. And you cannot be a chameleon and constantly change forms for every single person that you meet. It's exhausting. Look at narcissists. That's what they do. That's why they have no energy. It's exhausting. It takes up all your time, all your memory to try and remember all the different ways in which you show up for people, or the masks that you wear, or the energy that you show up in, or the lies that you tell. I mean, no, that's not your path. And so you are meant to really stand in your own authority, and your own self empowerment is going to be key to changing everything for you, everything, right? But it's going to require consistent boundaries, like consistent until the universe really kicks in. And even still, the universe is like, you're always, people are people. You're always going to come across people who either love your energy and your authentic nature, or who have difficulty in even processing it or your authenticity. But that's how you can tell also. The more authentic you become, the more like people are rejected by you. And if people feel really off put by your authenticity, that's a very clear sign. Like it's just like the universe saying, all right, like look at this human being and how they are showing up in your life right now. They don't like you. Right? That's pretty much what it boils down to. And then you're like, thank you, universe. Thank you, authenticity. Thank you, me. Thank you, energy. You just showed me that I am definitely not this person's medicine. I am my own medicine, and this person needs to stay out of my life, right? And then you're going to enforce your boundaries and make sure that you're not interacting with this person, or you're interacting with them if you have to, say a coworker, in a way that is going to be conducive to your health and your stability and everything else going forward. The other part of your shadow that is coming through is this escaping, avoiding, blocking, pushing away. So you have a tendency that you have learned to escape, and that's likely resulting from childhood and childhood trauma. So you may have experienced some form of ABUSE, and there's all the different forms, so I won't get into them deeply, but oftentimes as children, we will do one of two different things. And maybe it wasn't in childhood. This could apply to you even if it was later on and you were in a relationship like that, right? But oftentimes you'll do one of two things. You'll either learn to disassociate from your physical body and your mind in order to escape the trauma that's going on in the house, or the trauma that you're experiencing in that moment, because again, it could be physical, right? In some way, shape, or form. There's two different kinds, but it could be physical in nature too. And often children will survive through the use of disassociation. That allows you to live through the experiences without fully engaging in all of the feelings and the emotions that come with that. And the other way is that many light workers, not all of them, but many light workers had a very rich imagination. And so they would escape from all of the things that are going on, maybe not on the physical level. So if it was like violence towards other people, domestically, or your siblings, or if it was yelling, or if it was poverty, or um, if it was emotional or mental, then likely you may have had a very rich imagination and you escaped into your imaginary world in order to escape the situations that were going on in your own personal life. So, this pattern likely goes back to your childhood. And because it goes back to your childhood, it can be very difficult to break this pattern of disassociation, because that's really what you're going for when you're escaping as an adult. using maybe substances. Perhaps you're using social media or porn or um, shopping or whatever it is, other people, anything that you're using to avoid what's underneath the surface of your experience, that is coming from a place of pain from your childhood, and it's a pattern that was established in your childhood. So for you, it's going to be very important that you learn how to be present, that you learn to stop avoiding what's really there, and instead, when you feel the urge to actually go and use whatever mechanism you are using to escape, whether it's avoiding people, pushing them away, blocking them, or using some other form of escape, then it's really important for you when you feel that trigger to ask yourself, what am I actually feeling? When you feel that, ask yourself, what am I actually feeling? Because there's always an underlying feeling, and it's generally, if you're doing this, it's generally that you don't feel safe. And this could be something that you do to escape reality, or it could be something that you do within relationships, or when you're near people, or when you're, like, let's just say you're at work and there's a lot of stimuli in your environment. That could be physical, that could be noise, it could be lights, it could be people, like movement. Oh, yeah, my ear just plugged up here. Okay. Thank you for the confirmation there. It could be your environment, and it could also be the level of work and stress that is on your plate in that environment. And that can overwhelm you a lot more than other people because you tend to have this avoidance aspect to you very ingrained within you. And because of that, um, you will have a tendency to feel more overwhelmed by chaos or chaotic environments or busy environments. So you might have been somebody who's asked yourself, like, why can't I just be like a normal person and, you know, feel okay in these environments or feel okay in this role or feel okay being this in this position, you know? You've probably asked yourself that. Why do I feel overwhelmed all the time? And this is because of the way that you were navigating life as a child within your family, likely. And that has regulated your nervous system to go off when things get chaotic or when pain comes up to the surface. And again, if you are somebody who has a lot, like who's hypersensitive to environments, to energies, to everything else going on, which you likely are as the mentor, you're very hypersensitive on all levels, then this tendency is going to be triggered more often within you. And so it's going to be extremely important for you to learn how to balance these things within you. So balancing your energy, balancing your chakras, clearing out your spaces, having, like for you, having time for yourself is very important. So the less time, or at least if you have to spend time, say, in a chaotic work environment, having enough time to unwind, to restabilize yourself after work, or even in between on your lunch break, maybe meditating or grounding yourself, like doing practices that are really strongly evoking your body, are going to be extremely important for you. And then not running away from the pain signals, the triggers, right? Because you're likely somebody who has struggled with these pain triggers throughout your life, and it can very easily overwhelm your nervous system if this is you. And so, even the smallest things, energetically or in your environment, can create a shift that will change your nervous system into being dysregulated. And so, the best kinds of jobs for you Would be jobs where you can either have balance between your personal and your work environment, your work life, like really good balance, or to have jobs that are calmer, less stressful, because your nervous system is likely developed in a way that gets overwhelmed easily. And there's nothing wrong with you, just so you know. What happened in your past does not define who you are, as I said. So um, it's not a precursor to who you actually are as a human being. It is a result of the experiences that you've had in order to become this mentor. So, again, ensuring balance, ensuring that you're taking care of your body, ensuring that you are trying everything you can, even if it's just like one choice at a time or one thing that you select at a time that you're no longer going to avoid or push people away or block people, right? Maybe you need additional help. So maybe you need to speak to an attachment therapist, somebody who deals with an avoidant attachment or a fearful attachment. Maybe you need to learn new strategies of communicating rather than blocking people or pushing them away or refusing to speak to them or show up for them, right? Because that comes from fear. Maybe you need to ask yourself the deeper questions. Why am I escaping? What is the feeling I'm feeling every time I feel triggered? So in each moment, right? Yeah, that was long. Okie dokie. So let's move on here. My next question is, what is your strength? What is your strength as the mentor? Third eye chakra and throat chakra. Okay. So your superpowers as the mentor are like we talked about, your sensitivity, your hypersensitivity is actually a spiritual gift. So a lot of people would think of this as like your nervous system is being too overwhelmed all the time and not able to regulate or function. But you chose the experiences that you did in order to open you and create a higher level or a higher degree of sensitivity. And this hypersensitivity is not just emotional, because you've likely been very emotionally sensitive too, but it is physical, energetic, and psychic. So you're likely an empath. You likely have very strong psychic gifts and abilities, which also tie into the way that your nervous system was programmed, because that's actually part of the key to unlock this energy, right? So there's a reason why you went through the experiences that you did. It wasn't just to hurt you, but it was a part of conditioning your body to become far more open than some people, right? Everybody has spiritual gifts and abilities, but you as the mentor have access to, let's just say, a very vast array of psychic gifts and abilities that not everybody does. And you've earned that. That is a part of this path. And what you've been through means that you've earned those. Okay. So these are your strengths. And so if you have not learned to tap into this or you're feeling blocked, then now would be a good time to start eliminating the blocks, start eliminating the belief structures around the fact that you are very psychic. Start investigating what kinds of psychic gifts and abilities exist so that you can test them out for yourself. Take them for a run, take yourself for a test drive, and then start to work on cultivating those within yourself. The other thing that you're really, really good at, that your superpower is your ability to communicate. And so you may have felt growing up that you didn't have a voice or that you weren't able to communicate, and because you didn't have boundaries and you didn't have like the ability to speak your piece without possibly being toxically dumped on or attacked or shut down or denied your reality or whatever it may be. And so this is actually helping you. This whole path has helped you to develop your throat chakra, right? So this is a path for you to strengthen that throat chakra, to completely blow it all the way open so that you're able to fully communicate your needs, your desires, your boundaries, your truth, right? So this aligns very strongly with this mentor card and with this message that we've already put out, because um, this path for you is really about standing in your own authority, standing in your own truth, in your own authenticity. You're the one showing everybody else the way. That's your path. So nobody else or their opinions or their indoctrination or any aspect of that should interfere with the way that you choose to go forward, because you're actually the one showing and teaching other people, right? So part of your journey has been about reclaiming your voice, reclaiming your power, reclaiming your ability to convey. And this avoidance aspect comes with a level of pushing people away and not communicating your needs or not clearly communicating your truth, right? And so there's a balance here that when you're in the shadow and these things are coming up, it's really important for you, whether you're um, within a relationship where you need to communicate these things, or if it's at work, or if it's to the universe, or even if it's to yourself and your inner child. It's going to be very important for you to find balance, because the whole purpose of you is to harness these superpowers of yours, which are your psychic gifts and abilities on all levels, and your throat chakra, because you are the mentor, you are the teacher. And so the sooner you're able to fully harness these two aspects of yourself, then you can really step into this position as the mentor. But to be the mentor, you have to clear out all of those other things. You have to work with yourself. You have to align with this truth of being the mentor, of being the teacher, of being the guide, of being the way shower, the path forger, the first one, right? You have to be happy and proud to be that black sheep instead of hurt by it. You have to find your inner strength through the accumulation of your experiences and the integration of the lessons that you've learned through those experiences that have created you as the mentor. And then you have to apply that for yourself before you're allowed to teach others. Before you're fully able to be the mentor, you have to do the work first. You have to be the one who says, this is how you do it. And I know that because I've done it. And I've stepped into my power, and I can help you to do the same, or however that looks for you. It comes in so many different ways, right? So many different paths as the mentor. But as the mentor, you need to be the one to take this on for yourself first, and to harness that, and to really hold that frequency, because otherwise, other people will not trust you and the knowledge and the information that you have, because it'll be unaligned because you're not doing it yourself. So it's really important for you going forward to understand that your super strengths are the things that you thought were your weaknesses, perhaps. And it's funny because I know for me, looking back, anytime that I talked about my psychic gifts or abilities, or I even said things like really deep, insightful things that would just channel through me, and I wasn't aware that I was like psychic or different in that way or anything, but um, my reality would be denied. It would freak people out. They would shut me down. They would ignore me. They would tell me that I was crazy. And For many, many years, even a sibling of mine used to tell me, "You're not psychic." Like straight out. And it confused me because at the time I didn't even really understand like where did that come from? What does that even mean? Like I never said I was psychic, like I would just channel deep, insightful information and it would set somebody off and they would react in a certain way to that. So when you look back at things like your issues around communicating or speaking up for yourself or having a voice or having a say, or your psychic gifts and abilities, when you look back, you may find correlations between these things and how people treated you or what they said to you. And anything that they told you you weren't, or anything they tried to suppress within you is what you actually are, right? So these are your mega superpower strengths that you're being asked to harness and to clear out and to really like harness as your superpowers, okay? This is going to help you in your position as being the mentor. So very important going forward. I'm going to readjust these cards here. Okay. And a great combination between the two, I'm going to just say, your ability to clearly communicate what it is that you receive. Information, downloads, visions, what you sense, the energy that you feel. This is what you use in order to be the mentor. So there is a coherence between your psychic gifts and abilities and your throat chakra. That's why it's super important um, to clear these chakras out the most for you, and likely even your crown chakra. But to keep a coherence between your heart and your crown chakra, back and forth, back and forth. So always making sure that your energy centers are balanced. It's going to be really important for you. But making sure that whatever you are truly sensing, feeling, that you're using it in a way that best serves humanity as a whole, not in your shadow aspects, which might be more of those toxic ego traits that we may, right? Like not using this as a party trick, having boundaries around that, not needing to tell everybody about it, only certain people would need to know these things about you, but other information that you would want to or that would help with this, that these two chakras would help you with, I should say, is that this is what's going to allow you to tap into what the person in front of you needs most at that time. So, is it a lesson? Is it a smile? Is it something that, like, do you need to go deep with them? Do you need to stay shallow with them? Are they able to take in the wisdom that you have to share? Like these are aspects of these two chakras, energy centers for you that are going to help you become the mentor in the way that you are meant to show up. Tapping into the energies and um, yeah, well, I guess it's all energy. I'm trying to find the right words to describe this, but psychically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, physically, your ability to utilize these chakras and communicate them, communicate whatever it is that you are perceiving within another human being or within an environment or within the tree or from the earth. Um, and guaranteed, you are likely somebody who can do all of that. To communicate that in a way that best serves whatever person or thing you're needing to reiterate that message to in a way that is going to be be of service to them. So it doesn't always look like, you're dolling out a whole bunch of deep information. Not everybody's on that level that they can comprehend that. Other times, maybe you need to be a little bit more stern with somebody or have really strong boundaries or you might be their karma, or you might need to serve them a lesson, which looks like karma, right? So this is what this is going to help you with. All right. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so I'm going to have some water here. Mm. Mhm. All right, so my next question was, how can you as the mentor utilize your strengths to manifest your dreams? And I pulled one of the Dreaming of You Shaman Oracle cards for each of you for this question. So you got Rodion, and the card number is 41. And we've also got 11 here on the table, so that may resonate with you. Um, and it may not. Who knows? Might be an age, might be a date, might be some special event, a month. So 41. You can just take that as extra confirmation. Pay special attention to this message. Warrior. Rodion Shaman is asking you to allow transparency to empower you in reaching your fullest potential through vulnerability. Also, it requests you to be mindful of the impact your actions have on others. Yeah, that came up in here. Through cultivating sensitivity, empathy, and kindness. Okay, so it's really about balance for you. So the hurt that you experience can likely throw you back into or throw you into projecting anger or hurt or bitterness, right? So for you, it's going to be really important to find that balance so you can become the mentor. Rodian Shaman is here to offer you guidance in unlocking and balancing your innate power. With its unbiased insight and wisdom, the warrior shaman can help you navigate the dormant, active, or manic states of your power and channel it towards achieving your original dream with impeccable precision. The root of the warrior is transparency, which reveals to us how perfectly we want to be and how perfectly we expect others to be. This expectation creates the war of dreams. Rodion shows us how to connect our heart and mind in such a way that we completely let go of all false expectations around perfection. This surrender allows us to be imperfectly perfect and to move as a warrior's love. Yeah, to move as a warrior's love, putting an end to ages of toxic conflict. For the father or mother to embrace their masculine and feminine essence receptively, there lies a hurdle of vulnerability for both. Both either accept and move through this vulnerability at the risk of rejection from their loved ones, embracing warrior, or they suppress it to maintain approval and acceptance, reinforcing coward. The masculine warrior moves hard and swiftly with love, while the feminine warrior moves soft and gracefully with love. By tapping into the primal energy, even at the risk of disrupting your comfort zone, you will gain newfound confidence in all aspects of life. Once you allow warrior power to consciously and compassionately be active in your world, the world itself meets you with love. The warrior in your blooms, the warrior in you blooms and regulates compassionately and powerfully in all its endeavors. Yeah, okay. So, the biggest thing for you, and this kind of just reconfirms what we were already channeling through for you, is to ensure balance, ensure that you're integrating these aspects, that you're learning the lessons, that you're not projecting onto others, that you're taking full accountability and responsibility for your own energy, for your experiences, for your own toxic behaviors, maybe your toxic ego. Maybe you're living in your more of your feminine if you're a male, or more of your masculine if you're female, learning to balance your divine masculine, divine feminine, and shed the toxic aspects of self. Um, Seeing through the illusions, seeing through your own casted illusions, right? Finding balance, because to become the emperor, or the emperor, to become the mentor, we have to cast away all of the dreams that we were raised in, the conditioning, the old ways. We have to cast those aspects of our identity and ego away to integrate the higher states of consciousness, the higher states of who we truly were meant to be, in order to fulfill our destiny as the mentor, right? So you're going to have to really align and stay within that alignment. And in order to do that, you have to become the warrior for yourself. And I see this planet here, but it looks like fire. And it's as though the owl, who is the representation of wisdom, right? It's like the sole representation of wisdom, is holding this fire. And the whole alchemy process takes you through each element to shed all of these aspects of your identity until you become the wise one, until you can hold the fire like the phoenix rises out of the ashes. After the fire burns you down completely, you rise out of the ashes as the phoenix. But then you become the wise sage, you become the wisdom keeper, you become the one who gets to impart this information or become the teacher. But you have to embody this energy, this fire of the warrior, in order to stay aligned with this mentorship, or um, with this soul path, because you're going to be tested, and you're also going to come up against a lot of people who are still in their shadow. In order to really help people, and I'm seeing this as your life purpose. So you're likely going to take a path where you're going to do this as your profession in one way or another. And so you're going to need to be very strong in who you are, in your own identity. And that warrior will need to protect your inner child. You will need to be constantly protecting your inner child, because you're going to come up against the people, not against, but you're going to be working with people who are deeply in their shadow and in their subconscious belief systems still. And you cannot get sucked into their stories or their lower vibrations. You're going to have to maintain your energetic vibration, especially being hypersensitive to energy. You're going to have to maintain your own energy, know what is yours, know what is not, have very clear, strong boundaries around that, and protect that inner child of yours, because you're going to need to be the vessel, the container for this powerful intuition that is within you. So you'll need a balance of both feminine and male, feminine and masculine qualities, to keep it all together and to be able to help people. And this is what you're learning on this path right now. This is what the point of your path is to learn this. And so this inner warrior is going to be super important to develop within yourself in protecting your path, protecting your rights, protecting your physical body, protecting your energy, protecting your beliefs, your thoughts, what's right for you, speaking up for yourself, standing up for yourself, communicating effectively with tact. Maybe you need to learn tact. I don't know. That's something that I'm still still learning. Um, I didn't develop a lot of tact when I was growing up. So yeah, that's besides the point. Um, maybe somebody needed to hear that. Maybe you resonate with that. But how to communicate in a way that teaches rather than conforms, right? But that means that you have to be unshakable too in who you are. Okay, so final advice for you. We have inner strength. Don't lose yourself in the things you cannot change. Focus on the things you can change. Attitude, mindset, energy. You've got everything you need. And then we have simplify life. Life is meant to be simple and easy. Don't let superficial energies distract you from your true essence. Simplicity and purity will lift your spirit. And yeah, I mean, you've earned a more simple life. Let's put it that way. Based on your experiences that you've gone through in your life, you've earned a more peaceful and simple life. And so you have to figure out what that looks like for you before you can even manifest that, right? You have to understand um, and look into the future to understand, like, okay, if I chose this path, would it create what I'm wanting it to create? How would that look? How would I feel? How would I behave? What kinds of situations or experiences or people would be in my life, right? So you have to first recognize what it is that would bring you peace in your life, that would bring you all of the things that you wish to create in your life, but also that beautiful flow. Because for you, this flow, attaining this flow, this your own rhythm is going to be really, really important for you to find balance in, right? Because your whole path is about finding that balance and maintaining it. And simplifying your life does require a lot of strength on your behalf. It does require you to say no to the experiences and the things that aren't going to benefit you or serve you or your highest good. And so you may require um, a level of inner strength to start the process or to continue on with that process. Maybe you've been doing that or you did that for a certain amount of time and you stopped. And now you need to get back on path. Or maybe it's about maintenance and continuously saying no to that which you know won't make you happy. Don't just say yes to things just because. Don't settle for less than you deserve. If you're trying to manifest something and you're very clear about what you want, if something comes into your life that kind of looks like it, but it's not quite it, are you just going to settle for that experience or for that person or for that thing? Or are you going to refuse that, reject it, and say, you know what, I have the inner strength to be patient and wait, and that's not what I asked for. So, no, I'm not going to settle for that. This is what I want, universe, right? You can have the life that you want, but you have to figure out how this path is going to be fulfilled for you. So, you're being asked to really take a closer look and then be the investigator of your own life. If I took a route as the mentor in this way, like maybe you're reading cards, or maybe you're teaching people how to unblock themselves, or how to manifest. That's going to be something that I'm going to get into later on. But maybe you're writing a book. Maybe you are um, teaching people through creating videos about spirituality. Or maybe you're tapping into the Akashic records. Like it could be so many different avenues. You could even be going into a healing aspect, such as being a shaman, right? So understanding what would be involved in the paths, the opportunities that are before you, and then kind of like role playing what that would feel like for you, if you'd like that in the long run or not. Okay? It's going to require some inner strength, but you're being asked to simplify your life, clear out all the stuff that is inhibiting you, that is blocking you, that's causing resistance, or things that you're still holding on to that are burdening you emotionally, energetically, spiritually. And this is going to really help you to manifest what it is that you want to align with. Okay. All right. Thank you, Holy Spirit. And then I have final advice, closing message, I should say. And we just did final advice. Isolation, loneliness, uh, reconnection, and home. And the number on here is 25. So that makes a lot of sense. So your path, as I said earlier, is a path where you've likely already experienced a lot of separation, a lot of loneliness, a lot of isolation, a lot of moments in your life where even if you're in relationship with other or in family with other, you've likely felt alone. You've likely developed that inner world within yourself to escape to. And that's not a bad thing, but now at this stage in your journey, this isolation is required for you to reconnect with yourself. And I think we were talking about that earlier, is that you require a certain level of um, time alone with yourself, right? In order to reconnect, in order to rebalance your energy, your scales, if you will. Maybe you're a Libra. In order to balance out your life, your energy, your nervous system, you are somebody who needs to go inwards. And so this escaping, um, you trying to avoid or escape possibly going inwards needs to come to an end. This is one pattern, this is one weakness that is prohibiting you from embodying the mentor. And a whole part of being the mentor is going inwards and not being afraid to look at the darkness, to look at it and to feel it and to process it and to let it go, to heal from it. Because again, as the mentor, you're the one who needs to take the practical experiences that you've had and the knowledge that you have accumulated and integrate them together, which does mean that you're somebody who needs more time to reflect, to go inwards, to do shadow work, or to just spend with yourself, maybe even in nature, right? And I don't have the symbol as like what the the meaning of wolf. Maybe it's in here and I'm going to read it anyhow, but if it's not, then you should check out the symbolism of wolf. But there's a picture of the wolf in the full moon here as well. And so the moon represents things that are hidden and emotions and depth and shadow. And so because of your experiences, this is where you're drawing your wisdom from. You, as the mentor, have to go into these dark places in order to draw the the information to teach others or to help others. It's very important to have a good balance for you from living in the 3D and going inwards and being with yourself and going into shadow and figuring out what's hidden. This is a key aspect, a key role for the mentor to spend time in isolation, away from other people, away from other people's beliefs. This also helps you to become you, to align with you, with your thoughts, with your beliefs, and to get rid of anything that doesn't serve you anymore, that may have been other people's, and to refigure out who you are. This isolation is really important, right? But this is self-imposed isolation, which is different. You're going inwards anytime that you have a feeling that you need to escape. This is the simplest way to get rid of this conditioning and these blocks. So anytime you feel like you need to escape, anytime you feel like things are hopeless, this is a good time for you to be going inwards, to reflect on what those triggers are, what's hiding in the shadow, What's in the depths of that pain? Why are you trying to avoid it? What's creating this hopeless feeling? Is it true, or is it something that you're making up, or are you attaching something to it? Right? Okay. These might be long readings. I might have to speed up a little bit on the next ones. That is number 25. Okay. Oh. Okay. Also, this image is connected with the violet ray. So that may be of significance to you for your healing. We've got the third eye here, so that does tie in. But using this energy, this frequency, this light to burn off anything that is unwanted or to thwart off any energies that are trying to attach or integrate or interfere with your own energy. The violet flame with Saint Germain. You can look that up, Google Saint Germain and how to use the violet flame to burn off or to protect or to cleanse you, kind of like the phoenix rising out of the ashes. You can use the violet energy and flame to do that. But that's very important because we're getting it twice here. So, okay, celestial interpretation. Isolation resonates to that of unification with mental powers and emotional insights of the soul. This sacred ray prompts us to awaken hidden memories that spark a matrix of inner soul and universal brotherhood. This supportive ray helps bring a telepathic reunion to the soul's true home, encouraging a sense of communication with fellowship and love for all of creation. The oracle interpretation. There is a familiar connection that wants to come into your life, a connection where you may feel deja vu. If you are feeling a sense of loneliness or having been desiring a reconnection with your tribe or soul star family, this is a good time to make intentions to reach out and connect. The truth is, you are never alone. All you need to do is ask to contact home, and your soul star family will show up with open arms. Time to stop hiding and get involved in the community. And crystals that also are involved with this card are snowflake obsidian and mookaite. And the essential oil is vanilla. Mm, that's one of my favorite smells. Okay, yeah, so that totally makes sense. Again, it's two aspects, right? You've felt this loneliness throughout your life, but it's because you would be the one to be able to face it in the depths and at the capacity and the strength with the strength and tenacity that most other people couldn't, right? Because not everybody can deal with trauma to the same depths and degree that you can. But you were built for this. You've been taking this path of trauma for many lifetimes so that you could build up to this moment here where you get to be the mentor. And so part of it is about, yes, the loneliness that you've experienced and maybe the loneliness that comes with this path of isolation. For some of you, you may have been on this path of isolation for quite some time. And I know I have, or maybe that's what's coming for you in the future. And that's part of it is that you need that isolation until you've rectified who you are and you're actually standing in your truth and your power. And the other aspect is, of course, um, just accepting. There's a level of acceptance here that may be required on your behalf as to why you have been alone, right? Like this has been forming that diamond under the pressure. And the only way that, you know, you can actually become that sparkly diamond is by creating a lot of pressure, a lot of this alone time. A lot of this has been conditioning to prepare you for this moment now, where now you're capable and able to face your shadow, face the isolation, break chains. Maybe it's codependency, right? Maybe it's a reliance on things or people or patterns. You've been prepared for this moment in your life to be alone, to find who you are in order to um, come out and be revealed to the world as the mentor. Okay, cool. All right, so I have some affirmations here that we pulled, or well, yeah, my spirit team, my holy ancestors, and I. The first one is I am free to choose to live as I wish, to give priority to my desires. Oh, and to give priority to my desires. So that's very fitting. If you want to pause the video and write these down, feel free. Hmm. I honor my worth. I honor my worth. Yeah. Okay, and then I have two other affirmations that are from the Money Magic Manifestation deck that I have. And the first one says, I have permission to say no when it doesn't align with my truth. Oh, I love all the confirmation. Thank you, Spirit. Boundaries. Oh, and I actually put it down on the boundary card, not even intentionally. I am supported in my success. Yeah. And success is whatever you want it to be because you live in this abundant energy. It's just maybe it's being blocked by things that need to be let go of, or maybe you didn't understand how abundant you actually are, how successful you actually are. And your success is being created by you. So whether you create um, less abundant things, like you recreate the past over and over and over again, or you create abundance for yourself and stability, that's really up to you. But now you know how abundant you actually are, and you've been supported in your success the whole time. You just didn't realize because it was clouded shadow, by shadow aspects of yourself as well as others and experiences that you've been through. Okay, and then I did pull a self-care affirmation or a self-care activity. And my actually, can't talk today. My question was actually, which self-care activity is going to best serve you, not just in the long run, but on a continual basis? What is the best self-care activity that will feed you or support you along your whole journey? So this is something you should be considering consecutively, like all the time, being a part of your normal life. Okay. And you got the fit card, and you can see she's working out. Okay. So for you, um, that makes a whole lot of sense because you've spent you've spent a lot of time out of your body in order to survive a lot of the experiences you went through. And this is through likely disassociation. Um, in some way or another, whether that is in your rich imagination or you completely zone out from whatever was happening, right? And you went into survival mode. So for you, this fit card isn't just about exercise. What I'm really getting from this, and exercise may be a really good thing for you to pick up, right? But overall, anything that is going to take you out of your mind or your emotions and get you centered, grounded, and regulated is the most important thing. And so exercise and activities that are focused on getting you into your body and helping you to feel safe in your body or grounded, which is exercise is really, really good for that. And taking care of the body. So when I see fit, it's not just about adopting an exercise program or grounding yourself or, it's about, for you, the most important thing is about maintaining very healthy standards and boundaries and expectations for how you treat your body. And part of that is pulling yourself out of the ethereal, pulling yourself out of the experience and getting into your body, getting grounded. Okay. The other part is what you put into your body, how you treat your body, exercise, food, sleep, water, all of those things that you're giving to or that your body requires. For you as the mentor, it's going to be extremely important to find that balance because that's going to allow you to draw deeply from the well within, energetically, spiritually, emotionally, and physically. Because remember, you're somebody who is very tapped in, who's very emotionally intelligent, mentally intelligent, spiritually intelligent, physically, psychically. And you're going to have to find some balance by balancing the body because you have to hold a frequency that other people aren't going to be able to hold. And so finding that balance in your body, taking care of your body, nourishing it, nourishing how safe you feel in your body is going to allow you to maintain that vibration and hold it, which is what's required to guide others, to help others, or to heal others, right? You have to be able to hold that frequency. And as frequencies come in, and this has been my experience, as frequencies come in that are super high, if your body is out of whack, it distorts everything else and it throws you completely out of whack. Or you could be like way too high up in energy and frequency and not know how to regulate it. This is all about like learning to regulate all aspects of your being, not just your physical body, but your energy, your psychic gifts and abilities, the frequency that's coming down from source, because you're going to be used as a channel, as a conduit for this energy. So you have to really take care of your body, your mind, like very holistic approach to things, your body, your mind, your emotions, your spirit, your energy, all aspects of you. This is your objective, okay? So I really hope that you enjoyed the reading. The reading has concluded. If you did enjoy this reading, Pile One Mentor, then please do give it a thumbs up. Leave a comment if you want to claim any of these aspects of yourself, or if it resonated and you just want to let me know, feel free to leave a comment. And if you're new here, join our beautiful community, our beautiful vibe tribe. And yeah, welcome if you're new here. To all my returning subscribers, thanks so much for being here. You know, I love you so much, and I appreciate everything that you contribute to this channel. I'm honored to have you here and to be a part of your experience as well. So thank you. I'll see you in the next video. Bye for now. Hello, Pile 2. Welcome into your reading. Thank you so much for being here. I'm very excited to see what's underneath this card here. So if you selected the raw opal, or you intuited this card, then this is your reading. Put that there. Okay, so let's see what archetype you are, Pile 2. Okay, so we have Alethea. Now, right away, I am getting that you are somebody um, who is capable of balancing both shadow and light, whether you're doing that or now, or you're on path to doing that. I do also see that there is a balance between the elements of, we've got metal and we've got um, we've got a crystal here, an amethyst. So I'm getting that you are somebody who is capable of seeing all sides of things. When you look at this, when you look directly at this picture, it looks like, at least from my perspective, when you look at the middle here and you look at how everything is intersecting these two, this black and white side, right? When you look straight down from the middle, it looks like a pyramid, and you're able to see all sides of the pyramid, whether it's in the light or it's in the shadow. So it appears to me that you are somebody who is capable of seeing all sides of any situation, and you're very capable of moving through duality and understanding duality and the dual nature of this existence between 3D and spiritual. And if that is not something that you have already done, this is the path that you are on path to. So, I do not work with this deck as frequently just because, it's very specific, but I do really like to use it in readings. And archetypes can change, like you can have extra archetypes. You could be working with a specific energy at a specific time in your life. However, for this purpose in this reading, we are moving through things that are more life purpose directed. So if you're resonating with this particular archetype, then this has got to do with your life purpose. I'm having some issues speaking today. I've been dealing with a headache for quite a few days here, so you'll have to bear with me as I get the channelings out while being somewhat obstructed mentally. All right, let's see where we're at here, Ophelia. 77. Okay. Oh, that's not it. Did I read that the wrong way? Hold on a second. Thanks so much for being here today. If you're a returning subscriber, I really appreciate your time and attention, and I love the energy exchange between everybody. Oh, 221, that's why. If you're new here, welcome. Welcome in. Now remember, if this is not your reading, then feel free to check out one of the other two piles, or you can check out a few of them, because sometimes we have more than one, like I said, archetype, but this is very much geared towards your core frequency. So, am I reading things the wrong way here? Where is it? Yeah, it says 221. Oh no, I just didn't go far enough. Okay. I had to drink some tea, pause the video, and go make some tea because I was getting tired. Yeah, truth. That makes sense. The other thing I was going to say is that life is probably a lot, um, you view life a lot in black and white. So there's like truth, and then there's lies, and there's no gray in between, right? There's facts, and then there's fiction, and then there's nothing in between that, right? So that may have something to do with your particular energy, but this says truth. Our soul recognizes the truth when someone speaks it. A cool wave of relief washes over the room, and all the facts and figures in the world fall by the wayside, such as the power of Athelia or Aletheia. It has an undeniable resonance that goes beyond the rational. We can also recognize aletheia by its contagiousness. When we hear someone speak the truth, we see the truth within ourselves and are more likely to tell our own story. The aletheia card requires us to step toward an act of truth. This might look like a conversation, a gesture, a poetic act, or a ritual that honors the unveiling of what's been concealed. Reclaiming your own truth is a way to reclaim your vital energy, health, and sense of belonging in the world. Truth has its own wings. Set it free. So when it's in the light, so when balanced, um, it's clarity, revelation, and disclosure. When it's in the shadow, it's distortions, gaslighting, excuses. And if you want to dig deeper into this archetype specifically, then look into and read up on the goddess Ma'at and Veritas. Okay, that's Veritas. Maybe I didn't say that right, but that's okay. It is said that the resonance of our voice changes when we speak falsely. In this light, practice seeing truth as a vibration. Picasso said, "We all know that art is not truth. Art is a lie that makes us realize truth, at least the truth that is given to us to understand." Hmm. Yeah, so okay, that makes sense. So you are a truth seeker, whomever you are. So likely because you are a truth seeker and a truth speaker, you have been someone who has constantly tried to speak the truth, which this may resonate with the first reading. You might want to check this out, check out that first reading. But um, well, I should say that most light workers, most star seeds, whatever title you resonate with, um, most people who are walking this path, who were meant to walk this path in this lifetime, have rubbed people the wrong way energetically. And you may not have realized what it has been, or maybe you have noticed as you got older, every time that you communicated the truth or you saw an injustice, right? There's a balance here between light and dark. And so you're probably very keen on holding that balance, of maintaining that balance, and of justice. Justice may be very important for you. So you have likely always tried to speak on the behalf of yourself or others who are experiencing injustices, um, or pointed out where people are perhaps lying or not being truthful or honest, either to themselves or to another person. And therefore, you've likely experienced a lot of situations in your life where you have been on the receiving end of that yourself. Or you may have been someone when you were younger, maybe as a child, who did pick up on how people sweep things under the rug, how they don't actually want to look at it, how they ignore the problems, and then that may have perhaps created a lot of confusion for you. And that can take you down many a routes, especially as a child, if you're very confused by that whole situation, by everything just being ignored and perhaps seeing people in a situation where um, looks and appearances mean more than the truth. That could have been very disturbing or unnerving or disruptive to a child's life who really sets the tone for justice, right? Who really is here to speak the truth. And if you're resonating with that, being a truth speaker, then you've also probably resonated with getting shut down or having your reality also denied or shut down because of the fact that you are speaking the truth. Or you might have experienced bullying, um, or you might have been looked at as being arrogant or a know it all or something to that extent because you're showing up in an energy that's really connected to claircognizance and the clairs energetically and spiritually, psychically. It appears that, and I'm seeing this purple here, it appears that you have the ability to see past illusion. And probably as a child, you were able to feel this, right? And you couldn't put words to it, but you could see where people weren't being honest. Like, do you ever remember asking one of your parents if they were mad and they give you an answer that's completely opposite to that? Let's just use that for an example. They gaslight you and say, "No, I'm not mad, blah blah blah," and they act all fake and insincere. So intuitively, you were able to feel that and you knew that was not true. But you may have been, like I said, gaslit or lied to, right? And so as a child, that would have really messed with your mind. But as an adult, you're starting to learn how to harness this for your own purposes. And this is going to play a big role in your life, being able to suss out the truth, right? The truth behind, and yeah, this seems to correlate somewhat with the first message too. So maybe there's a link between the two. This seems to be one of the most important paths for you is to be somebody who does maybe stand up for the underdog, stand up for yourself, but in communication by seeking out the truth, finding out the truth. It's like you're like an investigator. You'd probably be very good as a personal investigator, actually, as a role. But you're likely really good at analyzing information and using your own spiritual gifts and abilities to suss out what doesn't match, right? What doesn't add up. So you're probably really good at quickly analyzing information through all of your senses, through your body, through your psychic gifts and abilities, through your energy, through your mind. You likely have a very sharp intellect as well. So these are things to keep in mind that because you have these gifts and abilities that tie into your mind so sharply, it does help you um, to pinpoint certain navigational points in people's stories, in their energy, in how they present, in what they're saying, right? And in all aspects of themselves. And you're able to very quickly go, okay, this and this and this ties to this, and this ties to this, and this tie, right? And you can deduce very quickly if a person is being honest or not, if they're being authentic or not. So that's a really great energy to either be in currently or to be aspiring to. It's everybody's aspiring on this path to learn discernment to a degree, but the way in which they use their spiritual gifts and abilities and their talents is completely unique to each individual, right? So if I did hear somebody kind of get a laugh out of me saying it's like you're an investigator. So I'm getting that for you. This applies to many different areas of your life where you've had to be, or you've just naturally been drawn to being like an investigator in the world because you've likely been gaslit or lied to a lot by people. And that has likely let you down to some degree. And so, because of that, it's heightened these gifts and these abilities and this pathway. But this was also a part of your own spiritual path was that you had to experience the duality and the duality of the nature of human beings in order to develop these skill sets. Okay? All right, so here's your deck, or here's your stash of cards. Now, my first question is, what kind of energy does your particular archetype utilize the majority of the time? Lethea. And the card that we have is the Goddess of the Moon. Okay, so to me, that speaks volumes because of what you've had to experience and endure going forward in your own life. It has cultivated a space of relying on your intuition. So for you, you have been relying on your gut feeling as well as your claircognizance and your clairs in general. Okay. But I'm really picking up strongly on your empathic abilities and your claircognizance being the strongest, right? So that is your claircognizance is an inner knowing. So it's like you can oh yeah, mediumship. You can channel as well. You're a natural channel for information, and mediumship is very important for you specifically because it's in combination with this card. What you've gone through has opened up this channel, but um, this channel you were born with. So for those of you who are resonating with this energy of being the truth teller, truth speaker, the investigator, the the red flag monitor, let's call that. You actually came into this life with this energy. And during whatever experiences you've been through in your childhood, or maybe even a little further on, um, this ability started to close off because it wasn't nurtured, but also because it became a threat to whatever environment you were sitting in. So you have always had this access to higher wisdom, to source frequency, to your spiritual guides, your spiritual team, and it may just be more recently that it's been coming back online, or perhaps you've had a few times here and there where you've had glimpses of it, or if you look back, you may notice moments where you were able to just channel information or where you felt really connected to a spirit guide or to an energy. But you have this innate ability to utilize, I'm picking up strongly your clairs, but mostly your claircognizance as well as mediumship abilities. And the two of these tied together, what that means to me is that um, because this is your main frequency, your main energy, your main like the energy that you utilize the majority of the time, it means that you're very intuitive. It means that you're very connected. And you're likely somebody who has a lot of emotions, who I like to say like watery, there's this blue all the way around, even though this is kind of energy and waves of energy. Emotion is about like water, the representation of water is emotion. And so you have likely connected very deeply and profoundly to emotions in the past. And so your main energy that you're utilizing is the fluidity of emotions, the fluidity of energy, the fluidity of divinity, right? But it's very balanced, or at least this is what you're working towards and need to work towards, is balancing that out between the fluidity or the extremes and having more of that energy being set, having a set point for where, like I see the point in the middle here, right? And then we've got all these pieces here, having a set point where the energy can be distributed evenly. And that's not just um, like emotions, but it's physically as well as spiritually because you are this channel, this conduit for energy, for the divine to work through. It's going to be really important that you have this set point that you are utilizing in order to not only draw in the energy, but maintain the energy. So for you on your path, going forward, learning how to tap into your mediumship abilities and also learning what the preparation point is, like what you need to do in order to set your body up, in order to set your mind up, your energy up in the right way to become that channel, is going to be very useful for you in order to keep this set point um, balanced and in the middle. And I hear from Spirit that balance is really important for you, that you're constantly striving for balance, you're looking for balance, but that perhaps sometimes it's not so much that, how do I put that? You're seeking balance. However, there may be some things, some obstacles in the way to creating that balance for yourself. And what I'm hearing is that it is mentally, more so mentally than anything else, that these are perhaps beliefs, negative beliefs about your abilities or blockages to these gifts. Even though on some level, when you're hearing this, you're resonating with that, you believe it. You're like, oh, finally somebody confirms. Or I heard, yeah, that is me. It's like your soul just recognized this, right? But at the same time, you still have all these limiting belief structures that may prevent you from accessing these gifts fully. And so, because you're very logical, I get. So you can go between emotion and logic. And spirit is saying for you, because you also have this extreme sense of self that is illuminated by the energy of the moon, by your intuition. It's important to learn how to draw upon both sides of your brain, both aspects of yourself, and incorporate these psychic gifts and abilities in a way that's best suited for you, which is to bring this into the center of both sides of the picture, which is what's going to create some balance for you because you tend to shift from one energy, from one stance to another, from like 0 to 60, they're saying. Like you can lickety split, just go from being really logical and rational to maybe really impulsive and emotional. And it's going to be extremely important for you to learn how to balance the two and find the gray area in between and incorporating some of these aspects of your intuition into that, but with the fluidity of emotion um, and the, what is that word? I'm hearing it, but I'm not able to say it for some reason. Okay, discipline. I had to pause for a moment and think. Again, I'm very tired today, but yes. So for you, it's about balancing discipline with how you set things up, what your intentions are, how you use these spiritual gifts and abilities, and practicing specific intentions and discipline in how you go about applying that to your own life. And it does require a certain level of discipline, physically and mentally for you in order to find that set point for yourself, in order to allow it to flow evenly to each side of your life, to each aspect of your life. And consistency, I heard. So you will need some consistency in your discipline as well. You may be disciplined at other things. However, it's going to be a matter of importance for you going forward on your own spiritual path to bring this energy in and apply it to all aspects of yourself because you are somebody who's here to uncover the truth, and use your mind, but your mind has to be clear. And if you're too invested emotionally into the old stories, into um, other people, their drama, reactions, things like that, like if you don't create a certain barrier in between, then your mind will flip to the dark side. So that's what they're saying about like this, going from 0 to 60 in a matter of a second, is that you can get into a space where you are unclear, where you jump to conclusions, where you're impulsive, emotional, and that's because you haven't practiced this discipline that is needed in order to find balance between the two, but it also in order to detach from people, places, situations, other people's chaos, or maybe your own chaos or drama. Maybe your past or your conditioning, like there is a level of discipline that is needed on your behalf in order to balance the scales out. And this bringing this energy in to your life and applying it and having the discipline to use it the right way, because I've heard that for some of you, not all of you, but for some of you, you may have been using this in your shadow, right? And so it's feeding your shadow side, creating disruption to the balance of your own scales, of your own life. And it keeps you in this black and white thinking rather than being able to see all of what's existing in between that state. So instead of being from one extreme to another, you're being asked to find middle ground here and to bring balance in and perhaps use these gifts and abilities. And what I say by toxic or in the wrong way in your shadow, that would look something like, and this is just one example of many, so please take that into consideration. Um, but that would look something like living in hypervigilance, right? Living in fear and using your spiritual gifts and abilities to read into people's energy, but because you're dysregulated emotionally and your thoughts are not clear and your channel's not clear when you're in your shadow, then what you're receiving as information is skewed. So you're going to jump to conclusions, you're going to make up stories, but they're not true, most likely, right? And then that obstructs your own truth. That obstructs, if you're creating situations, scenarios, or stories in your mind, then that's obstructing the actual truth. And you're not able to see it. You're completely blinding yourself by staying in that frequency. So that's what I mean by using your spiritual gifts and abilities for the shadow, right? Or from the shadow, however you would like to put that. And Spirit's asking you to recognize that you have all of these beautiful gifts, but it's going to require you to do some work in your shadow to separate yourself from your past, from the story, from the shadow, and get yourself back into the balanced state, which would be the walking the middle path, right? Neutral, not too much in the light, airy fairy kind of stuff, right? And not too much in your shadow, but finding balance because you personally have the capacity to hold vast amounts of energy, both shadow and light. And that is a very good strength and quality to have in a human being because that means that once you find balance, you'll never be yeah, you'll never be able to get lost in either side anymore. And you'll be able to draw from experiences in both sides, creating a very balanced approach in how you navigate the world and how you help other people or uplift humanity. All right. So this is a really beautiful energy to have and to utilize, but you have to have some practices. You have to have some ethics and morals around this energy of what's right, what's not right. I'm hearing this black and white, right? So what is truth and what is not truth? Am I making it up? Am I creating something, or is this facts? You very much deal with facts, right? And your intuition can really help you with that if it's not skewed. And so you're either doing this right now, or you've already really aligned this aspect of yourself, and now you're finding more peace in your life, you're finding balance in your life, maybe for the first time ever, I'm hearing. Um, or you are on your way to this. And this is going to be utilized along your path to serve humanity in a way that uplifts everyone based on your ability to objectively see the truth. And I heard that for some of you, this energy would also be very good as a mediator or a therapist or a counselor or somebody who would be able to see both sides of the picture, right? Facts versus fiction. But it also requires you to look at where you're maybe not in balance there, right? And bringing in your intuitive abilities to be able to um, because it's like a liquid, like a watery, flowy energy that's gonna bring balance and fluidity and a softness. That's gonna soften. That's what it is. Thank you, Holy Spirit. That's going to soften the duality, the dualistic nature, that sharpness between the contrast of light and dark. That's going to soften this and bring in that energy that is required in order for you to have a middle ground, that gray in between the black and white. It's going to help your mind relax and dull those sharp corners of your mind where you're just like, it's this, it's that, and you're very rigid, right, in your thinking. So, yeah, okay, we're going to move on. Okay, so what is it that you in particular struggle with? Yeah, thinking. Shallow. Okay. Withdrawn. Okay. So with thinking, it says missing you, craving, desiring. Shallow says hollow, empty, boredom. Withdrawn says single, lonely, solitary. Now, obviously, the descriptions don't necessarily need to apply to your story. Take what resonates for you. But what I am getting here is that your biggest obstacles for you are again about overthinking, your black and white thinking. Sometimes people who are really analytical or air signs in particular are up in their heads a lot and they need to find a way to create balance in their own lives, in their minds. So you may need to get out of your mind a little more frequently and to analyze things instead of jumping to conclusions, which is what I was getting before, jumping to conclusions based on your shadow. You may need to pull yourself back down to reality more frequently than most people so that you're not overthinking about it and you're asking yourself these questions again. Like I said, is it true? Is this like just because I have thoughts doesn't mean they're true, right? Basically. So if you're having these thoughts, you need to analyze, like if you're up in your head too much and then you start creating stories, and that sets off a chain reaction of emotions in you that then prompts you to react in a specific way. You're going to need to analyze this whole setup within you, this chain of events, and stop it at the thought. And you stop that overthinking by assessing what kinds of thoughts you're having and questioning whether or not those are even true, or if you're making that up based on your wounding or based on your shadow side, right? So this overthinking can be an addictive behavior, an addictive pattern, because when you reach the emotion stage of that, that's going to set off a certain chemical reaction within your body that you've likely developed a dependency on. And so it's really important for you to prevent that from happening and to question all your thinking at this point, right? Is it rational? Or is the way that I rationally think that I'm rationally seeing the world, is that actually true, or is this simply a reflection of what I've experienced? And am I allowing myself to see the broader perspective? Can I actually see the truth in this situation? Or am I too close to it? Right? When you detach emotionally, mentally, physically, you don't allow yourself to be swayed by things in your life from one extreme to the other anymore. When you find that balance, then that's when you start to really get, even when you start getting slightly into balance and aligned, that's when you start to get these higher perspectives and you go, oh, wow. I was acting out of my ego, or I was acting out of my shadow, or I see how this thought, this one thought going round and round in my head, and I allowed it to do that, set off a chain reaction that then led to X, Y, and Z. And that was unhealthy. That pattern was unhealthy. And you know what I mean? It allows you to recognize the patterns before they actually become um, something that you regret later. So you may be somebody who also, because you are very mind oriented, you may also do a lot of ruminating, or you may also do a lot of projecting because you're in your head. And again, it sets off these chain reactions. And when it does, then by the time you're in reaction state where you're physically doing something or saying something or moving in a certain way, it's typically too late by that point. You've already bypassed the mechanisms where you would naturally have a stop. And that's why it's super important for you to give consideration, very careful consideration to your thoughts before you even speak. You know, take deep breaths or just pause, start implementing practices where I'm going to pause before I even answer any question, or before I even react to a person, or before I engage with whatever they just said or did. I'm going to take a moment and I'm going to consider whether or not my actions will have negative consequences if I behave like this, or if I behave in this way instead. You know, like thinking about things before you're acting them out is probably important for you. But also getting yourself out of your head, because I'm seeing, you know, like missing you, craving, desiring. All of these are attributes of this overactive mind. So your overactive crown chakra, if your crown chakra is overactive, you're not going to be a conducive channel for higher vibrations, for destiny, for light, for source frequency to come through. It's going to be clouded all the time, right? And this need to fill these aspects of yourself, you also have to ask, like, where is this coming from? When did it develop? What was I missing as a child? What did I not experience or get? And then reparent yourself. Give that to yourself. Okay. The other thing here, we have this shallow and withdrawn. So you may be somebody who has a fear of intimacy, who has a fear of opening up to people. You might push people away. You may be dealing with some deep insecurities around being yourself, being authentic. And now, if your authentic self is a miserable human being, then I can understand why, that might be rejected. But the fact that you allowed, if that's the case for you, the fact that you allowed other people to determine your self-worth or your happiness or who you are, or that that's more important than who you truly are at your core, that says more about it, about the situation than the situations or the people themselves. Hopefully that makes sense. So what that tells me is that you put more precedence on other people's opinions of you rather than your own opinion of yourself. And so you may have been over time or throughout your life noticing that you've invested more time into people pleasing or into appeasing others or into creating masks that make other people happy. Because, of course, appeasing and people pleasing is one of those masks, right? Or several of them, depending on how many people you show up that way to, or if you are consistently the same type of mass to most people. So this can leave relationships with others feeling shallow, empty, hollow. Um, Other people may feel that they cannot get to know you because you keep them at arm's length. But at the same time, there may be some issues around, because it's got this withdrawn card, there may be issues around you allowing other people to actually get close to you, which would obviously, other people would see you as shallow, right? Maybe you do have depth to you, right? Maybe you do actually have more going on under the surface, but you don't show that to people and you don't allow people in. Instead, you live in this shallowness as a mechanism to protect you from getting hurt because of what you experienced in your past. That rejection. I'm getting very strong rejection energy here. So, who you were or who you are under the surface, you feel is unlovable, is not okay, and who has to be pushed down into the shadow. And so that's why you withdraw, or you have this fear of commitment, or you self-sabotage, I heard, um, because there is this underlying insecurity deep within you that says, I'm not okay to be me in this world, or I'm going to be rejected, and that's unsafe. So I'm going to just remain shallow, surface level, and I'm going to push people away. So this may apply to some of you. For others of you, you're feeling that other people have been very shallow with you. And again, this does tie into this feeling of needing to withdraw from people, feeling of like not being able to connect with others, because the relationships and the experiences that you've had thus far have been so surface level, and you haven't been able to connect with people on a level that really nurtures the deeper aspects of yourself on a soul frequency. Like what I'm hearing is you go much deeper. You have so much more depth to you than other people see. And part of that is because you don't allow them to see that, because your experiences up until now have just been with other people who are perhaps karmic or shallow themselves, or don't carry that same soul core frequency. So they can't even brush the surface of the depth that you contain within you. You're like a vast ocean, right? And so that makes it really hard to communicate or to relate in the world around you. And so it's going to be important to learn how to bring these parts of yourself forward in a way that still allows you to feel protected, right? But also allows you to make connection with others because you can't live within the sphere of this box for the rest of your life. You have to, like, we're here as human beings to make contact with other people, to make connection, to create connection, and to have experiences and allow other people to mirror back perhaps some of the things that we still need to work on. That's what a lot of these experiences are about. Um, Not all of it is about that, but that is one aspect of it. And so it's important for you, whomever is resonating with this side of the story, to ensure that you are taking actionable steps, even if it's a tiny little bit every day, to move beyond your own barriers, move beyond the shadow. And obviously, when you have a lot of shadow, it creates a lot of burdens and baggage, and that's something that you do need to work on simultaneously with this energy. It's something that you need to work on healing and releasing so that you can move to that middle path, right? So you can find that balance and so that you're able to open your heart a little more, drop those walls a bit, little by little, so that you can be vulnerable enough to show up as yourself, right? And when you show up as yourself, as your authentic self, then that naturally repels those who do not belong in your energy, who might want to hurt you. You'll see them come forward very strongly if you're showing up as your authentic self. They're not going to like that, right? And then it draws in the people who are meant for you. The problem is here is that because of this energy, and perhaps even like mood swings or people not understanding your depth, you've been prone to going back and forth between these two energies, but never finding any balance in between. That in itself puts these walls around your heart and also leads you to overthinking and creating stories and, making things up that maybe aren't the truth, which is what you're being asked to align to. And it also obviously keeps you shallow. It keeps you wanting to hide behind that mask, that nothing ever bothers you, that you're okay, that you're strong, that um, I don't know. I heard a few things that I'm not going to reiterate because that's fairly negative, but it when you're in your shadow side, you know your qualities. You're really deeply in your shadow side. That's what I heard. So, and then that causes a level of guilt and shame because of ways that you might act out those wounds. And that leads you to withdraw more. Even if you're acting socially, even if you're out and about in the community, you're still feeling like there's no connection because you're not allowing that either. Um, and this is a part of protecting your heart from ever getting hurt again, from being rejected. And spirit saying like, hey, it's time to start letting down those walls and start practicing how to be vulnerable with others. But you have to start from square one, I heard. So not in specific relationships you may have had in the past or that you may be connected with. Whoa, oh, that was my candle. I've got all this smoke moving that tripped me out a bit. It's like, what is that fog going around my eyes? I'll relight that candle in a minute. Where was I with that? Um, I forget. Anyhow, it's a matter of bringing yourself into a balance where you can actually show up as yourself, even if it is little by little. But oh, yes, working with other people. So you might be in some connections right now that are shallow, and maybe you have withheld information, or you have not been forthcoming, or you have not been honest. And honesty means that you're showing up as your authentic self, right? That when you're not showing up as your authentic self and you're showing up in a mask, that is dishonesty. Okay, so let me just be clear about that. It doesn't even have to apply to just simply lying to somebody, but if you're showing up as somebody that you're not truly at your core, then that is a lie. That is dishonest. That's deceptive. So this is what Spirit's saying is like to get to the truth of life and to harness this soul path. You also have to be the investigator of your own life and how you're showing up and allow your heart to start cracking open through this healing process. Allow yourself to develop routines and positive structures that are going to allow this healing process to happen in a way that is both intuitive and with a nice gentle flow, because I've heard that for you, going too hard into something might be too much and overwhelming, and then that'll create a setback for you. So, in order for you to get to your heart space, you're going to have to implement small steps one at a time and look at yourself from an honest perspective, analyze your thoughts, and also put in measures that every time that you feel like pushing somebody away or withdrawing or closing up your heart space, or you have an opportunity to speak your truth, even just speaking your truth, being more authentic, saying what's on your actual mind, not what you are formulating or strategizing or creating, that's really going to help you to heal your heart chakra. Being very honest, even if it's brutally honest. And doing that within current relationship structures where that didn't exist and you've been hiding yourself isn't going to work, I heard. That's what I was getting to. That's not going to work. You can't just, well, depending on the person, but with most people, if they're not awake, they're not heart-centered, they're not on this path, they're karmic or still stuck in karmic cycles, that's not going to work. That's going to backfire, and then you're going to close your heart even more. Okay, so it's really important that that you back out of any relationships that aren't going to work going forward with the new versions of yourself, with who you truly are, and you start developing relationships that are built on honesty, truth, and who you really are at your core. And explain that you're working on these things, but also you need to put in the effort 100% and show up for yourself. That's the biggest thing. Showing up for yourself. That's going to create alignment, building self-trust, ensuring that every opportunity you get to speak your truth, the real truth, not some formulated truth, not some very intellectualized truth, not some truth that feeds your ego, but the real truth, raw, vulnerable. Anytime you get to, you speak that, but you also make sure that whoever you're developing these relationships with going forward is able to accept that truth. Or again, it's going to create setbacks for you when you're rejected. And if you're trying to heal these wounds of rejection, that takes time and that takes the right people who can hear your truth without being mortified or disgusted or angry or deny you or whatever, right? Like you have to have the right people. So maybe it's you practicing with yourself for a while if every relationship you're in is not suitable for that. If you're not safe opening up emotionally with somebody, because they've shown you that time and time again, that you can't trust them with with your emotions, then that is not a relationship you should go forward in opening up to them, right? So, rambled a bit on that. I'm gonna grab a candle quickly. Hold on a second. I like to leave the flame burning for my holy ancestors and my spirit team. Okay, so moving on. What is your strength or superpower? Decisions. Okay. And feeling informed. Yeah, okay. So again, this goes back to your mind. Your mind is extremely strong. It's very powerful when it's clear. And this feeling informed relates again to your intuition, to your ability to create actually and manifest. So your superpower, if harnessed properly, if you work through these blocks and you learn to balance your thoughts, your emotions, your mind, your intuition, your superpower is your ability to make decisions. Now, I just heard that for some of you, you feel like that's your weakness right now, and that is your indication that you're out of balance. If you're indecisive or you're flowing into indecision, that is an indication that your crown chakra is out of balance, that your mind is out of balance, right? Your emotions, the way that you think about life, maybe the way that you perceive life is skewed. It's really your superpower. So anything that you're struggling with in your life is actually one of your greatest strengths. And it's just that it needs to be like there's lessons there that need to be learned and integrated in order to bring them into alignment with your highest self and to allow this to become a gift rather than a curse. Okay, so with this decisions card and feeling form, your superpower is essentially that you have the ability to use your mind to create with effortless ease that which you envision. Because this feelings informed card is really about harnessing your third eye, your clear sight, your clear vision, and envisioning what it is that you want and being able to manifest that very easily. So you are a really good manifester. And likely you don't understand that you have this ability to visualize. So you may have that understanding, right? But you may not see the correlation because of the imbalance in your energy and your mind and all aspects of your being, that it's not formulating in the way that you're wanting. So here's the thing. Let's say you're envisioning something to happen in your life. You want something to come to fruition. You want it to come through as you see it. But it comes through almost like the complete opposite. Well, the reason for that is because your intentions are not for the highest good of all when you are coming from a shadow place, when you're working out of your ego. And the way to know that if you're maybe working from pain or fear or your shadow, or if you are working from a higher perspective, from a more healed place, is that whatever you manifest, if it's manifesting as something positive, as something good coming into your life, um, it will show up that way. You'll feel very good about it, right? You'll be like, yeah, that's what I envisioned. That's what I saw. But if it's coming in with, and I'm not saying that all manifestations come in like with ease, there's generally a difficult point before your manifestations come in. Okay? Let's just be honest. That's life. Comes in to test you to see if you're gonna waver, right? Or change your mind before it comes in. But uh, if it comes in completely discombobulated, the complete opposite, a whole bunch of things start happening that are wrong or that create disruptions in your life or more blocks or more issues financially, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, whatever it is, or all of the above, then you know that whatever you're trying to manifest is being manifested from a place that is within your shadow. So there may be more blocks that need to be cleared before you can fully harness this gift, this ability. So again, that can be limiting beliefs, that can be trauma, that can be the things that you don't want to look at, deal with, or that you avoid. That could be ego aspects of yourself. So maybe you are requiring some ego depths if you're manifesting things that you really don't want. Other aspects of this, though, is like when you come into balance with yourself mentally and emotionally, that allows you to train your focus onto what it is that you really want rather than focusing on all of the negative things. You see in this card how it's all black and white around the hands, but within the hands, there is a bunch of color like a star system, the galaxy, the universe. So that tells me that the energy needs to be focused in to a specific spot. And if you're all over the place, then you're not going to be able to do that. You're not going to be able to train your focus properly. You're going to be distracted. You're going to be pulled in this direction or that direction, depending on what that person said or what happened to you, or if you got cut off, or like you're too attached emotionally to the experiences in the 3D. And in order to have this work, it's really important to find that balance for you so that you can learn to focus your attention into that one spot, that one direction that you want to go, what you want to create. Because every time you get pulled into a different direction emotionally or mentally or spiritually or physically, if you allow yourself to get derailed or distracted, that's what you're now manifesting, right? You're no longer manifesting the thing that you truly want. So your vision turns from something that is full of light, beautiful, amazing, right? To something that's in the shadow. Again, it turns black and white. Everything's black and white here. You know, negative thinking, all of those things. Nothing ever works for me. You know, you go back, you revert back to that smaller version of yourself. And Spirit's saying, like, you have this beautiful superpower to honestly just create, like to make your creations come into form so easily. But it does require you along this path to um, get unblocked in order for this superpower to be able to be utilized, right? And that's a really amazing gift to have because not everybody has that. Not everybody is a super manifester. Not everybody is able to even visualize, honestly. And so the fact that you have the potential to just visualize what you want and have it be formed, that tells me that you likely have the ability to instantly manifest. And again, not everybody does because it does take a level of visualization to be able to turn that into its true form for a lot of people. Or at least that's what makes instant manifestation come on faster, is that you have this capacity to not only feel it, to operate at that frequency, to make yourself a resonant match, but to actually visualize it coming into your life and what that would be like for you. So hopefully that helps and makes sense. Okay, the next card, I decided to pull a Dreaming of You Shaman Oracle card for this one. And that is, how can you utilize your strengths to manifest your dreams? And the card that you have is Sherpas. And the number is 52. Oh, what? We have 52 and 52 twice. So go look up that meaning. It's an angel number, 5252. That obviously means something. And also this age might mean something, or it might be a special time or date or anniversary or who knows. But that number holds some significance regardless for all of you or also for each individual. If that number does not resonate with you specifically, then don't worry. It doesn't mean it's not your message, okay? Just means that for whoever that is for, that means even more. I don't know why I'm shuffling cards here. Okay, let's read this. 52. Sherpa's shaman asks you to pay attention and start developing a relationship with it. Feel when someone or something is positively distracting you from your dream's timeline. Feel into it with your body or when your body is on the right path versus the wrong path. Yeah, it's about your intuition, right? Pay attention to how you feel when someone or something negative distracts you from your path and truth. Cut out all that does not support your original dream. Yeah, that's kind of what we were talking about, right? Sherpa shaman purpose is to distract you from anything that is not in alignment with your original dream. It hopes to bring you back to this moment and refocus. Some see the shaman as an angel. One moment your mind is on a negative tangent when unexpectedly a sphinx moth lands on your hand. Is that the next page? Yeah. Bringing you back to the moment. In another moment, you are about to enter a cafe. Although it doesn't feel joyful, at the same time, a random person walks by talking exceptionally loud about an amazing new cafe just up the street. This distraction has a quality to it that feels joyful. It is a divine offering. You go to the cafe, and while there, you land the biggest contract of your life. Sometimes the distractors have a difficult job, as some of us are stubborn and need bigger or harder nudges. As such, a distraction can arrive as an accident or the loss of a job, and they can loop until the guidance is understood. Alternatively, there are negative distractors who work to pull you away from your dream with offerings that cultivate pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, and sloth, the seven deadly sins. Some call these distractors demons. They distract you from your original dream by pretending to help a dreamer win the battle. In the examples above, it is likely that a negative distractor was tempting you into the comfortable cafe when the positive distractor appeared with an offering. Or, in the case of the moth, the negative distractor may have provided some random sounds or images to influence your mind with repetitive negative thoughts. Okay, that's very, like, right on point with everything we were just talking about. Okay, so that makes sense. Um, Definitely watching, the balance of things, trusting your intuition, maybe learning to trust your intuition on what is the distraction, what's creating chaos in your life, what the right path is, what the truth is for you, right? Because it's all based on you, but you have to make sure that your thinking is also in order, right? your feelings are in order, things are actually balanced, not allowing yourself to recreate scenarios and situations again from an unbalanced or shadow aspect of self. Okay, so then we have final advice, and we've got the spirit of love and do it your way. So do it your way says, you were never meant to fit in. You were born to be a wild and free force of nature, here to build new and better worlds. Allow yourself to go and do that. And then we have the spirit of love. Don't search for true love, for it will find you if you just hold on to who you are. The world already loves your essence, so don't change it for anybody. So again, this is about your true authentic self. It's about um, forging the way forward based on your own personal truth, not the truth that was conditioned into you, not the truth that you're being told by yourself, by your ego, that may be coming from a fearful place, fear of being rejected or abandoned, right? Not from those places. That is your shadow. That is not you. That is not your authentic self or your truth. You were meant to be a guiding light on helping other people to find balance, to learn how to create, but you yourself must learn this in order for you to help others to learn this, right? But understanding that this love has to come from within you. It can't come from anything external to you. It has to be shown to you by applying your own wisdom, which means that you need to be able to go into your shadow and integrate it with your light side. That's your hope, your dreams, your aspirations, what you envision to create, the life that you truly want to live. You have to meet yourself there. You have to meet yourself on both sides in order to integrate that love and that experience so that you can bring it out into the manifestations that you really want to make, right? So that you can train your focus, so that you can become whole. And this talks about distractions, right? And this is a process for you of learning how to train your focus, not get distracted, not allow the outside world to tell you what's happening, and allow yourself to believe, this is probably your light side, to believe the opposite so that your manifestations can come into form rather than allowing other people's shadows or opinions or darkness or even your own shadow to come forward and dictate what that manifestation should look like for you, right? You're going to do it your own way. You're going to bring in or evoke this love from within yourself in order to create what it is that you believe the world should look like. As a truth speaker, as a truth seeker, you are somebody who is here to help others, help the world, um, come to seeing the truth of life as well. So it's not just about seeking truth for yourself, but it's about teaching the world through this very pure and balanced quality within yourself that allows you to show the world based on actions, not words, but based on aligned actions and energy, what that truly looks like. And help society, help humanity evolve. But you cannot do that from one side or the other, right? You cannot live in imagination and then act out of shadow kind of thing. It won't work. It'll backfire on you every time that you try and do that. So a level of alignment within yourself, and a quality of love for yourself is what's going to impart that wisdom on others. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, I need some water. Okay, closing message for you. We have, oh, attachment, accumulation, defensiveness, scarcity. Mm-hmm. All right, well, that makes sense. This is a number 2 card. Okay, that is something we were channeling through attachment. I am going to read this as well, but um, yeah, so there's a need to detach from not just emotions, but old patterns, old ways of operating. Greed comes into this. I'm seeing the gold coins, right? So accumulation, scarcity. So this is really attachments to the 3D, what success looks like to you. And is that the only thing you're focusing on? Are you just focusing on material wealth, material possessions, or can you look deeper? Can you find the wealth within yourself, that abundance? Because to me, this says that part of the struggle is that your focus is really on external things, external pleasures, material things, fulfilling, like with the shallow card, maybe fulfilling bodily needs or desires more than spiritual or your healing or your inner child or finding balance in your life, or like it seems to be very focused, possibly in the material. And so you're being asked to reconsider whether that is important enough for you to throw your whole path out of alignment for, or if there is a way to achieve material wealth, um, accumulation, security through the means of going within yourself to rectify old beliefs and patterns and pain, quite frankly, pain. Because when your emotions are in this state of shadow rather than being balanced, and I'm sorry I'm talking so much about the shadow, but that's really coming through a lot for somebody. So somebody's really needing to hear this aspect. Um, when your emotions are in the shadow and you're acting from the shadow and you're thinking from the shadow, then scarcity of all resources becomes a thing. And so what you put yourself in resonance to then is scarcity, because there are fears of abandonment. There are fears of allowing your heart to be open or being vulnerable with others or making a connection with others, or there's a whole bunch of fear and insecurity here, which then creates scarcity emotionally. And that translates to the physical material realm, which then creates cravings for you to pursue those bodily pleasures like the 7 sins instead. Do you see how that sets up a pattern, a negative pattern of behavior that you would then be pursuing the very short-lived satisfaction of fulfilling a void in the bodily department or material department, which will not actually solve the issue. It will not solve or fill that void. Your job is to fill that void yourself and go within so that you can create a resonant match to the energy and the frequency of abundance and of love. Love plays a huge role in that, right? Yeah. Okay. Number two. I'm just going to put that right here. Okay, so this image is also connected to scarlet gold color ray. So that might be a ray that you wish to pull in to help you to balance this energy out that you can use. It says celestial interpretation. Attachment resonates to the potentials of both of both vibrations of accumulation and lack. The over-identification of material possessions can cause a myriad of conflicting emotions, ranging from defensiveness, withholding, or greed. This releasing ray calls for a higher perspective to remind oneself that things consist of energy and cannot be contained. Energy is a constant state of ebb and flow. The need for detachment or materialism is relinquishing possessions and relinquishing possessions is required for true abundance. Absolutely. I mean, when we go through this path, it's about emptying, 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 detaching from people, places, things, letting go of stuff, letting go of our attachments to the idea that we need more, that we can't be happy with what we are. That's what really truly brings in abundance, right? The oracle interpretation. A period of accumulation of wealth may be on the horizon, so caution is required in how you proceed. Or you may be clutching to material possessions and need to release them. If you are feeling like wealth is scarce, revisit all lack and scarcity programs running in your life and modify your belief systems towards prosperity. Refocusing. Know that you are always provided for. Yeah, so this touches base on everything that we're talking about. Also, companion crystals that will help are goldstone and pyrite, and companion essential oil is goldenrod. So you can use those to help you to eliminate or attract or both, bring balance to the situation because when you, again, your energy is really about like going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And funny that there's gold here too, right? Um, but there's no set point. There's no balance between the two. And that is because fear generally takes hold and then it creates more fear, which creates that scarcity, as we've already mentioned. Um, so, valuable advice. Thank you, Holy Spirit. I did pull some affirmations and a self care activity. So, the first one is I'm always led to people who need what I have to offer. Feel free to write these down if you like. We'll pause the video. I will get to where I want to be and enjoy the journey. Yeah, it's just one step at a time, right? As I always say, Rome was not built in a day, neither were you. Okay, and then I pulled some money magic manifestation cards for you. My ideal clients find me and work with me with ease. So some of you have maybe started your own business or you're in the conceptual ideas of starting it, or maybe you've just started it. This is a great affirmation alongside with I am always led to people who need what I want to offer. So, yeah, I'm getting a strong indication here that some of you, this is to do with manifesting wealth or manifesting clients or succeeding in a company, or maybe you're just thinking about it, right? So, these are good affirmations to carry forward, even if you haven't started the business. It's already getting you in line with um, your soul clients, right? And then I forgive and release my financial past with love. All right. And so when I was drawing the self-care activities, I did ask more specifically, what is a self-care activity that you should engage on or engage in on a continual basis that would really anchor you in or really help you along your journey of success here. And for you, you got the card meetup. So for you, being sociable is really important for you. Having connection is one of those things that does elevate you, that will keep you grounded, that will keep you feeling, I heard secure, although you should feel secure within yourself in order to feel secure within other groups. But you're a very sociable person. So you're not somebody who does as well in long periods of isolation. And that's not to say that, like you don't have to face that. On this journey, we all have to face a level of isolation. But some people some people have really strong, close relationships in their family or within their friend groups where there are people who get you already. Maybe you've already found your soul group or your soul family. Um, you may have people in your life who you can be completely honest with and open and receptive with and vulnerable with, and that's great. But for you, having some social connection is really important, even if you are on this journey of relinquishing and surrendering and allowing your ego to die and all of those aspects of self that need to be cleared out, and you're solo and you're walking this path on your own, even just having some social interactions, like maybe you go for a coffee at the coffee shop and you read your book, you're still having some social interactions with the energy of the people in that coffee shop. Maybe somebody sits beside you and says something to you. You talk to the cashier, right? So this level of um, sociability seems to be very important to your well-being, and so it should be maintained to a certain level or degree, but not taken excessively. So if you are on this journey of cleansing and clearing and doing all the spiritual work to come into balance with who you're meant to be, then not getting excessive about this either. Not using it as a way to validate you, to create security, to feed any false illusions, none of that, but instead as a means to keep your feet on the ground, I'm hearing. Because otherwise you have a tendency again to get up in your mind too much, and that can lead to some negative emotional impacts for you. Okay. So even if it's just brief interactions at the grocery store, at the gas station, or whatever, the subway or the bus, whatever it is for you, make sure for you, for your own mental health and well-being, that you're getting some social interaction. Okay. All right, pile two, that was your reading for today. It was a little bit heavy, not gonna lie. There was a lot of truths coming out. So hopefully you're able to digest that and to take it with an open heart, because Spirit's really just trying to show you the truth and guide you into the right direction so that you can achieve all of these amazing things that you truly want to, that I can see you truly want to. I can see that you truly want to aspire to so much more, and you're capable of doing it. And maybe you're receiving some of that validation through this reading, like, oh, I do have that gift. Oh, I am able to. Oh, yeah, I do have that in my shadow. Or, oh, this is my superpower. I know that. But yeah, maybe I have some issues with this or that, or maybe need to find some more balance. All in all, though, I hope that this resonated with you, that it helped you in some way. If it did, please feel free to leave a comment, claim any part of that, or acknowledge any part of that. Hit that subscribe button if you are new here, and join our awesome community of light, our Vibe Tribe. And yeah, give it a thumbs up. That does help my algorithm out too. Okay? I love you all so much, and I will see you on the next video. Well, hello, pile three. Welcome into your reading. Thank you so much for being here. So if you resonated with this beautiful green fluorite crystal or this specific card, then this is your reading. All right, so let's see what the reveal is. What is your archetype? The mountain. Ooh, ooh, I love the colors. Look at that. Beautiful. So, the mountain represents to me a few things. So, what I'm picking up immediately is that the mountain is immovable, right? The mountain is like I see a man here who has carved out his space within the mountain. And so, what this really is saying to me is that um, you've likely been on a path in this lifetime that has required you to perhaps make several climbs up the mountain in different parts of your life. So you may have tried to climb similar mountains or the same mountain several times, but never really reached the peak. At some point, you maybe didn't have the skill sets, or maybe you couldn't see what was ahead of you, or maybe you allowed fear to direct you back into the lower part, the base of the mountain within the forest. Maybe you couldn't see the peak or the summit before the trees, right? So many times within your life, you have had experiences where you've had to climb the mountain, but perhaps you never reached the summit of the mountain or the peak of the mountain because um, something in your life, like again, it could have been that it was your age, could have been your skill set, it could have been your ability to manage or deal with emotions or situations as they came forward. It could have been a number of things that would set you back, or just a lack of clarity, or a lack of understanding, or maybe not the wisdom, or maybe it wasn't the right timing. But it seems to me like you have been at the base of what seems to be a large summit, a mountain, for a very long time throughout your whole life that you've made the climb up many times, but haven't quite made it to where you were hoping to. But the energy I'm getting right now is that you have accepted to a degree this mountain in your life. And instead of trying to fight it, and trying to fight the fear or the unknown or the destabilization or the challenges that you might face along the stretch of passageway up the mountain, you have come to a place of acceptance and carved out your own space within the mountain, meaning to me that you've taken a different stance on what the mountain means to you. So it's no longer posing as like a threat or an extreme challenge. Instead, I'm seeing that perhaps you are learning to appreciate the journey and to assimilate somewhat with that energy of the mountain, of the challenges, of the ups and the downs, and allowing yourself to be more in a state of flow rather than resistance with the mountain and the mountain's energy, understanding that it is part of your path. But also, the other thing that does come through is that the strength and tenacity that you have within you is immense. And it is immense because I see this representation of the mountain, right? The mountain is an immovable obstacle or force. It's an object that you cannot just go and push over. Of course, you could stick dynamite in there and it would damage part of the mountain, but it's not going to blow up the whole mountain, right? So it's one of those things that feels very strong. It feels very grounded, very stable in a lot of ways. Even though the mountain can pose a lot of issues like mudslides or um, avalanches or rock slides or things like that, it does feel super resilient, super strong, tenacious because it withstands the test of time. So that's the other energy that I am getting with this card is that you are likely a person who is either on path to developing these qualities or that you've already recognized them and you are standing in that power of who you are, knowing that no matter what you face along your journey, you will never be shaken. Your physical body, your emotions, your mind, all of those can be afflicted, all of those can be hurt, but who you are at your core, your soul, can never be touched. That there is this inner strength within you that is unshakable, and that's beautiful. So that's what I've got. I'm going to also read the book. I don't use this deck that often because it's very specific. And I will note what I've said in the other readings that you can have several archetypes within your life, or you could be dealing with different aspects of archetypes, so other influences within your life. But this is kind of the main influence in your life that we're focusing on, and also part of your life purpose, your alignment, and your life lessons. Okay, so let's see here. Where's the mountain? Yeah, so I don't use this deck nearly as frequently as maybe I should, but I do like to pull it out for these types of readings and a little bit more on myself here and there. The archetype is the mountain. Page 129. Okay. The ascent, the peak, the insurmountable. The mountain stands eternally in our awareness, calling us towards its peak. It stirs up stoic and regal feelings, reminding us of the long line of spirits, sages, sadhus, and gods that made their humble thrones within its snowy peaks. Beware, though, as the mountain can affect us in two ways. It can inspire and enliven us to rise to new heights and peak experiences, yet it can also create isolation, competitiveness, and an inflated sense of self. Standing upon its heights can activate the pursuit and the perfectionist in us, creating separation from those we deem to be below. No matter how high you ascend, remember that it is within the core of the mountain that the gems, minerals, and jewels reside. If you think it's all about going up, you're following the fool's path and missing the miner's magic. Cool. All right. So when it's in the light, when it's balanced, you are grounded in the eternal, steadfast, and uplifting. When you're in your shadow, you're ominous, or the mountain is ominous, daunting, isolating, and frigid. If you want to go deeper into this archetype, then you can look into Mary Oliver's The Poet Dreams of the Mountain. Oh, I think I've heard that. I think I heard that last year. Okay, that would be something to pull up. So it also says, contemplate Joseph Campbell's suggestion. You are the central mountain. You are the central mountain, and the central mountain is everywhere. Hmm. And then it says, research mountains. Find one that strikes you and stare at it for a while. Where is it? The pilgrim may be awakening in you. The summit calls. All right. Yeah, so there's an energy here that in this book also that talks about going inwards to find the jewels, like being the miner, right? Looking inwards. So mining the experiences that you've been through to gain higher wisdom, higher perspective on the path that you've chosen or the paths you've brought yourself down, and being able to mine the knowledge, the experience, and the wisdom from those experiences to see the beauty in it all. So it does tell me that there is and especially when I see this starkness between the black and white and then the color, the vibrancy, it does tell me that there is uh, a blockage possibly here in being able to see the beauty in the experiences that you've had, even if you verbalize those, like verbalize as seeing those things. So you say to the universe or to yourself or to others how much you appreciate the past and how much you love it. There seems to be a division still there that you're not actually fully accepting that the past gave you specific experiences to shape you or to create gifts or to teach you certain things, to provide guidance to you. So there's maybe a level of acceptance within this mining of these experiences. Maybe you need to go back and revisit some of these experiences to really get the deeper meaning and to find acceptance for them. So that's another thing that just came through. All right. Then I have your stack of cards here. And my first question is, what kind of energy do you utilize the majority of the time? And we've got patience. Okay. Oh, I should show you the card first. Okay, beautiful card. So it seems to me like the majority of the time you are in a state of I wouldn't just say patience. I'm getting the feeling of like waiting. What is that about, Spirit? Oh, okay, okay. So what Spirit was saying is that a lot of the times you're waiting for life to happen for you in the way that perhaps like perhaps you're going with the flow of things or you think you're going with the flow of things. But there is actually um, like this contrast here. There is actually a part of you that is not on board with the co-creation of your own experience. So this is maybe what needs to be mined. This is maybe the division between the two aspects of yourself. Like your mind is in confliction with the reality of perhaps your shadow side. And it actually is creating for some of you, not all of you, but for some of you, a destabilizing energy that is coming up in a very subtle way. So here you are, you think you're going with the flow, you're actually being pretty relaxed and neutral about everything. And you're trying to create something, you're trying to manifest something, you're trying to make changes, positive changes in your life. And then you hit a roadblock and it doesn't work. And then you're being confronted with needing to be patient with yourself. And perhaps there are moments, because you're human like everybody, perhaps there are moments where you're feeling like really impatient instead, or you lose your patience with yourself. Um, going in the complete opposite direction of patience. So it's because there is this hidden aspect within you that is still needing to be accepted, still needing to be found or mined, I guess. Um, And there's also some integration of lessons. Like I look at this mountain and I see all of these these marks that kind of are like little pathways, right? All the way down the mountain. There's so many different ways that you could go. And the deeper and the darker some of these pathways are, tells me that these are the paths that have been traveled the most. And these are parts that are darker that may need to be looked at and reassessed as to whether those are the correct paths for you, to open up these subconscious aspects of yourself in order to bring them forward for their integration and for their acceptance. Because you seem to be somebody who, generally is pretty neutral, pretty patient on the outside. But I get the feeling as though when you are met with an obstacle or something that says no to you, you cannot continue on that way or down that path, or no, what you're trying to manifest isn't working, or maybe somebody just says no to you, that within, like inside of you, that actually wreaks some havoc. You actually get really upset. You may not portray that outside, like outwardly, but instead you keep that inside. And this is part of the issue I'm hearing for some of you, and that's not going to resonate with all of you, but for some of you, that may be part of the problem, is that that energy itself, like, is a mask in a sense, is you portraying patience and being okay with everything when really you're not. That's why that inner child within you is kind of throwing like a temper tantrum, but it may be self-directed at yourself. Okay, so there is a part of you that needs to be revealed and brought forward and integrated. And maybe that is a part of you that you need to work with your inner child. But then for others of you, there is this divine patience at play here. And it is not just a lesson that you need to learn. It is that this is a divine quality within you. This is actually this energy that is already within you. You're already demonstrating that in many ways, shapes, and forms in your personal life. You're being patient with the process. You're being patient with others. You're being, you're showing patience for divine timing. You're showing patience for a lot of things. And if you're not, this is what you're being asked to do, because climbing a mountain generally takes time, especially if it's a very big mountain. It takes time, it takes practice, it takes energy, it takes planning, right? Sometimes you take the wrong path and it ends up at a cliff and you don't want to continue in that way. Or, maybe the path gets too sketchy and dangerous and so you have to turn back. Or maybe you run out of water. Or maybe you hit like a bunch of bears and you're like, yeah, this is not safe to camp here overnight. So, you know, that kind of represents the divine patience that is required. And this is in part the energy that you are drawing on, right? You are drawing on this wisdom, on this knowledge, or being asked to integrate that into your wisdom and knowledge of navigating a path that may seem insurmountable. And part of that patience means that you're learning that nothing is impossible, nothing is insurmountable, but it's just the conditioning and the beliefs that you're carrying that are telling you that. So every time that you hit an obstacle and the universe seems to say no, or somebody or something says no, and it doesn't work the way that you want, this, in a sense, creates setbacks, which makes you more impatient. But I think what you're either being asked to do or you're in the current process of learning is that this path requires a level of patience that you need to cultivate, what do they say? Patience is a virtue. And it absolutely is. And not all of us are born with that patience because well, it's not that we weren't born with the quality, it's that whatever conditions we grew up in, maybe our parents weren't able to cultivate that within ourselves. So we never learned how to regulate our emotions when we got frustrated, or somebody took over and did it for us. And then eventually, maybe we just manipulated people into doing the hard things for us or solving the problems for us or relying on too many people to figure out life for us rather than doing the work. But this is a path where you're going to have to do the work in order for you to break through. You have to learn to rely on yourself. You see, there's only one person here. It's you. Nobody's going to come and figure this out for you. Nobody's going to do the inner work for you. You can't cheat. You can't lie. You can't steal. You can't manipulate. You can't bribe somebody to do it for you. It wouldn't work even if you did. Let's be honest. So the divine is stepping in and saying, hey, you need to do this. You need to take that path. You need to make this decision and you need to fail. And then you need to be patient with yourself because it takes several tries before you can reach the top of the mountain. If you are somebody who's unconditioned, you never work out, you never exercise, you don't climb mountains, your muscles have maybe gotten weak, maybe you sit at a desk or you're not active. Do you think that you're going to be able to climb that whole mountain and scale cliffs and all kinds of things in one day? No. And even if you pushed yourself, that would not be self-loving, and that would be a lesson in itself, right? You're abusing your body. So the energy that you are harnessing and utilizing the most is patience. You are, but you're learning what that really means. And you're learning to pace yourself. You're learning to trust yourself, to take care of yourself. You're learning when you fail, or at least this is what you're being asked to learn, is that every time that you meet a setback or a block or some resistance, it doesn't mean that you're failing. It means that you're in lesson and you're integrating that lesson beautifully, okay? So this is a really beautiful energy, but it's also par for what you are learning in this lifetime. Patience, divine patience, divine timing, patience with yourself, patience with the process, patience with others. It's really important. And every time you have a setback, you are relearning that until you master it. Okay, so what do you struggle with the most? We've got conflict, pride. Hmm, that makes sense. Soulmates. You actually are the only one who got full four cards. Confessions. Okay. So conflict says clashing, differences, incompatibility. Pride is arrogance, ego, stubborn. And then we've got soulmates, deep love, unity, connection. Confessions, unveiling, coming clean, and messages. Yeah. Okay. So again, this is about timing, right? So when things don't happen in the way that you want, you may fly off the handle or get emotionally dysregulated or project onto somebody else because I'm seeing pride here. So what you're struggling with is aspects of your ego. So there are parts of you that are too proud to admit failure, or you have a fear of failure. Too, maybe like, how do I put that, Spirit? There's aspects of you that you Don't share with other people. Okay? You hide things from other people, possibly. So there are parts of you that you hide away. Either that's your authentic self, or you are doing things out of pride, out of your ego, living out of your ego, living out of feeling like you're right or you're in the right to do or act in the way that you want because you want to, because I don't know. This could have to do with a soulmate. This could have to do with love, with unity, connection, period, with others, period. Doesn't have to be romantic. Soulmates are also family members, they're also friends, and they can come in and out of your life, right? So there is an aspect of you that you're in conflict with. So you're struggling with an inner conflict, and it's coming from a place in your ego that is that's too stubborn to want to change, to recognize that this is part of the path, that you have to overcome certain aspects in order to actually learn the lesson. And so you may retreat or not want to go deeper and mine in your inner self to understand what's going on. And that pride and that arrogance um, may lead for some of you to lying, right? Or withholding information or withholding truth or wearing a mask and showing up as your, not showing up as your authentic self. Maybe that might be people pleasing, right? A lot of people do that. A lot of people do that. Even narcissists do that. So there's a part of you that you don't want others to see because you feel as though you will not be accepted by your community, by your family, by your friends, by your partners. And that comes from a sense of pride. It comes from a sense of your ego, but also this issue around failing or perceived failure. You're building too much on that. You're putting too much pressure on yourself around that. Because what you perceive to be a mountain is only a mountain because you built it up into a mountain and you created something around it that made it into a mountain of a problem. But if you were to be in alignment with yourself, to be truthful, to be honest about your struggles, about where you truly are, about the truth, not from a skewed version of your truth, right? When we're unhealed, we're always projecting our pain and issues onto other people, but taking responsibility for those things and being honest about our part in a situation. This this part of you creates inner conflict, and that inner conflict then spills over. It's kind of the same analogy as, you cannot love or give from an empty cup. You have to first fill your own cup, put yourself first, love yourself, give yourself all the things that you need in order for other people to enjoy that happy overflow. It's the same idea with conflict. If you are in internal conflict with yourself and you're building mountains out of situations instead of just accepting the truth or accepting that you had a part in your own failure or um, building this failure up to be something that it's not. You know what I mean? We all do it. Don't feel like I'm, judging you or um, trying to hurt you with my words in any way, shape, or form, because that's not what I'm trying to do. We all do that. All of us. It takes learning for us to learn to move out of that energy. But when you make a mountain out of all of that, instead of taking responsibility for the initial thing, instead of layering other things on top to create that mountain, it creates inner conflict. And the more you're in conflict with yourself, the more that inner conflict then spills out into your environments and towards other people. And this is where that saying comes from when we say hurt people hurt people. And it is true. If you're not able to love yourself, to work on your trauma, work on your wounds, or accept failure as a beautiful opportunity to learn something, and that's what failure is. We all have to fail in order to learn and grow and evolve as human beings. There's nothing wrong with it. But if we can't accept that, then that's going to lead to some shadow aspects coming out where perhaps we start making things up, or we're hiding things, or we're hiding ourselves, or we're doing things in shadow that could potentially hurt other people, right? Might even be hurting the ones that you love, or it may have in the past. These are parts of yourself that you're being asked to look at. So it's not just, your inner conflict. It's how willing are you to allow the toxic parts of your ego to die off? In order to do that, you must first ask the universe to help you eliminate a certain aspect of your ego, and understand that when that obstacle shows up in your life, to recognize that it's not going to show up in the way that you want it to or that you envisioned, right? This is this patience. Is that often it comes in a form that is like a tower moment. It completely destroys us emotionally, mentally, or physically, or all of them, in order for us to recognize what needs to be let go of and to go inwards, do the mining, to go inwards, to allow ourselves to mine the depths of our experience in order to purge it and let it go. And pride gets in the way of us being able to do that as human beings. So if you're carrying a lot of these toxic ego aspects of self, then it makes it really hard to accept your failures as potential lessons, which you can then grow from. Instead, you never really reach the summit. You just keep trying and trying and trying, and the path just gets harder and harder and harder, and eventually you hit all the snow and you can't keep going. And that's kind of the situation here. So it looks as though for you, your best um, your best path forward in order to fully cultivate this energy and to harness the energy of the mountain, the strength, the resilience, the um, unfuckwithable energy of the mountain, is to resolve this inner conflict. Maybe you have confessions. Like these two cards came out together. So maybe pride is getting in the way of coming clean about a situation to somebody in your life. And this is blocking you from learning, from evolving. And so there's a level of ego that needs to be dissolved. And I'm not saying that all ego is bad. We need an ego in order to survive, right? But there are toxic traits of our egos, and then there are positive traits of our egos. And it's the toxic traits that need to go. So if you're in conflict with anyone, with yourself, with your mind, you are judging anybody, you are judging your own path, you're judging yourself in any way, or you've hurt somebody in the past that you're feeling guilt and resentment about. Maybe you've been hiding things. Um, there is this need for you to understand the deeper lesson, and that's where this patience really comes in. Is that your patience is actually a divine gift. And the reason why it may feel like a struggle is because of these shadow aspects of self that need to be purged. And maybe you do need to have a conversation with somebody. Maybe you need to be clean with somebody or reveal the truth. And it doesn't matter how they react, at least you have said it and gotten it off your chest. And then you can move forward towards healing this pride and this conflict, which then brings patience and resolution to that obstacle and that resistance in your path, along your path, in your life, right? All right. Thank you, Holy Spirit. We love you. Okay, so the next cards are, what are your strengths? What are your superpowers? Spiritual suffering, that's an interesting one. And birth. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, that makes sense. Spiritual suffering, it's optional, but in some people's journey along, like some people's paths or lives that they've chosen involve way more spiritual suffering than other people's. And it's because, for two reasons. One, you could be a younger soul who has not acquired that knowledge to get out of it more readily or quickly. You don't have the pathways forged from previous lifetimes. And for others of you, this level of darkness has been chosen, like the suffering has been chosen as a path to heal previous karma. So some of us, when we come and we incarnate to Earth, we have a lot of karma to pay back. And so one of the ways in which we do that is by experiencing more spiritual inner conflict, suffering than others. And other people choose routes like maybe being born disabled, right? Because in that lifetime, the more issues that you may have to your own survival, the more karmic energy you are actually paying back because of all the other karmic people and how they're going to treat you as you're growing up and as you're living in a society where people are extremely harsh and judgmental towards one another, right? So there's two things there, but actually there's three things because again, this could go back to how young or old your soul is in itself. But when I bring this back to this energy of birth being beside it, your superpower, which maybe you are learning to harness now, or maybe you have not harnessed yet, and this is what your path is about, is to use alchemy. So you are an alchemist. You have the ability to alchemize your pain, your spiritual suffering, your trauma, your wounds, your conflicted emotions, your difficult emotions, your strife. You have the ability to transmute that and to harness it into creation, into something very productive and beautiful. So, what this energy really speaks to me is that your ability to take raw energy, raw emotions, raw experiences, difficult, challenging things, and to create with that is immense. And it is how you transmute that energy, how you transmute that into the birth of a new project. And if you harness this energy, what I am hearing is that you will be very successful in anything that you do choose to bring forward, to birth into existence. But it is this unburdening of yourself unburdening of the past parts of yourself, past versions of yourself, who you used to be, getting down to the core of who you actually are. That's going to enable you to harness this energy, harness the darkness. And it's funny because, we have duality showing up here too. This card is very dark. This card is very light, right? It's like day and night. And that tells me how strong you are at alchemy, but you need to learn to control that. You need to learn how to use it. And that is a process that you go through along this journey, right? And so, whoever this is that I am speaking to that is resonating with this, um, you may be like, I'm not going to say new to the path. Maybe you are new to the path, but you're not like 2 years in. You're not 3 years in. You're not, great. This is what this is telling me. Or maybe you are. Maybe you just haven't had a lot of time to expend into certain areas. Maybe let's put it that way instead of me making assumptions. If you don't have an excess amount of time to devote to going inwards and shedding these parts of yourself, or the time or the energy, or you have been maybe saying that, right? Because we've got time and patience here. Maybe that's your excuse. I don't know. Everybody makes excuses, right? Um, but whatever it is for you, it feels as though this is kind of like some of the more beginning stages of, or earlier stages of this transmutation process. And so being honest, coming clean, learning what integrity means, learning what you value, what your virtues are, what your morals are, ethics, and then allowing that to be your compass to guide you up the mountain. That is how you yourself will get into alignment with this capacity to alchemize this energy anytime it comes forward. And when you do this, I'm hearing, when you find acceptance for the path, for your spiritual journey, instead of maybe turning against yourself and getting angry or upset or frustrated, or putting yourself down, I heard, instead of doing that, you're going to be you're going to be able to recognize that that was just part of the lesson that you needed to learn. And you're going to be able to let go of these specific aspects of yourself along this journey so that you can grab hold of this energy and then make a clear decision on how to use that energy instead for something beneficial in your own life that will uplift you, that will make you happy, that will bring positivity into your life, that will bring um, the right people, the right situations, the right opportunities into your life, because you'll be creating the opportunities, you'll be birthing them into existence, right? And maybe for some of you, this is what you're currently already shedding, and you're learning more about the alchemical process and how to take this raw energy and birth it into something beautiful for yourself, which could even just mean that when you let go of the burdens, when you let go of the suffering, because suffering is optional, okay? It's a state that you're choosing for yourself. The alternative is to take the path inwards, do the mining, do the work, and do the forgiveness, right, of yourself and others. Do the work to alleviate the suffering, which frees up space, time, energy, and allows you to transmute that into this, right? So it is a learning process. It's a learning curve, and it will take time because if you're dealing with stubbornness, this tells me that there is a degree of not wanting to change or viewing. Again, this said, looking at those below when you're standing on top of the mountain, seeing yourself as too good or better than maybe others or the situation or the failure. And that's a part of your shadow. That's part of your ego, right? And so spirit's coming in to say like, hey, like you have this amazing potential within you to create something really amazing, really strong. Like we've got the strength here, right? Something from your experiences that is going to leave a legacy, not only for you, but for your future generations or for your family, for the world. You have this amazing potential, but you have to be willing to see yourself in a truthful light and be willing to then take the steps to rectify that energy within you, to align yourself with your path. Okay, we're going to leave that one there, I'm told. So I'm going to move on to the next card. So this card I have pulled from the Dreaming of You Shaman Oracle deck. And my question was, how can you utilize your strengths to manifest your dreams? And we've got in Mecca, and that card is 36, and this one is 16, in case those numbers resonate with you. They may be years, your age. They might be, I'm 16. They might be special dates, or, well, I guess those won't be months, but, oh, I'm on the wrong page. 36. In Mecca, underworld, mining, yeah. In Mecca, shaman asks you to release all your secrets to the underworld. After doing so, underworld beings will convey otherworld secrets to help you release old beliefs that prevent you from activating your transcendent nature. Find a quiet space and speak loudly with courage to the underworld. You are safe and protected by Enmecca. Enmecca Shaman is here to help you walk the underworld. This underworld shaman brings an empowering energy that helps one confidently traverse the underworld. The underworld contains many mysterious and sacred beings who want to teach you in their own wildly unorthodox styles. To gain the secrets, you'll have to buck up and reveal your burdens, aka inner secrets. You need to reveal the secrets of the self or others that impair your ability to be genuine and authentic. Thank you for all of the confirmation. This is the only way to receive the sacred knowledge needed to move ahead. It is time to let go. Transparency feels like a risk, but it will set your heart and mind free. Reveal yourself and be free. You must shed the shame of that which has bound you to your shadows or to the shadows of this earthly plane. After you shed all that which has held you captive, cosmic secrets beyond the boundaries of our world will be revealed. These secrets reveal the potential to awaken a divine state of being. They offer one the ability to transcend humanity to an elevated, incomprehensible realm of godliness. And Mecca's image has a powerful presence and impact on those who come face to face with it. An especially intense image to meditate with. There is another world right below, or there is another world right below you that holds the unconformity of unconformity of time, space, and you. Take some time out of your busy schedule and drop into the underworld. Use your imagination to stare or can't talk. Use your imagination to start the journey. Close your eyes and journey into the sacred underworld. What do you see? Fear? Time? What do you feel? What does it look like? Does it have a taste? Allow the experience to unfold as you release your long suppressed secrets. I'm going to hold this card up in case you want to come back to this after I'm done with this reading and maybe stare at it for a while and go into the underworld for yourself. Yeah, and then you can pause it there if you like. But that's very confirming of everything that we were talking about here in this reading. So thank you for that, Holy Spirit. Okay. The next question was final advice for you. Wild and wonderful. Why focus on limitations and realism? Breakthroughs and miracles require no linear explanation or method. Unexplainable and illogical magic happens every day. Okay, so this tells me that this pride or this ego or maybe this arrogance is getting in the way of you being able to um, receive, not only receive, but to believe in the miracles that exist around you. So you can't open yourself up to it if you have all of these limitations, if you're too stuck in your logical mind or realism, or you have conditioned beliefs, say like money doesn't grow on trees. All of these things have an impact on our ability to create and birth into existence what we truly want to create. So you need to definitely look at those aspects when you're traveling inwards and mining to reveal the limitations that you have within yourself, right? Okay, whatever you wish. When you lessen the importance of problems and suffering, life will swing back into balance. Stop the struggle and feel peace. The world responds to you. Yeah. So there is definitely a need to accept, to bring peace, more peace, more balance into your life. Maybe it has to do with the situation here. It's burdening you. And there could be, again, this pride, this arrogance, ego, stubbornness may be preventing you from actually revealing. And so maybe at first you just reveal it to in Mecca. Maybe you reveal it to Source or whomever you call your creator. It doesn't matter who you reveal it to. Eventually, you just have to come to terms with who you have been and then allow those parts of you who used to control that part of you or control you to dissolve, to disappear, to heal. And from what I see here is that whatever you wish for yourself, so long as it's not coming from the shadow, can be birthed with ease, with grace, because you have the ability to transmute any negative energy that comes your way into this. But you have to move past your own limitations, and these aspects in your shadow are your limitations. You have to move past your limiting beliefs too, right? And you have to come clean. You have to clear your slate. That's what the alchemical process is about. It's about purification, not just of your slate, but of your body, of your mind, of your thoughts, of your emotions, of your energy, of your trauma, of your stories, all of it. It's about creating a clean slate, which will then be your foundation to rebuild upon. Okay. So then, closing message for you, we've got destiny, divine purpose, passion, and service. Okay. So this is a number 9 card. So what this it indicates to me, this card, destiny, divine purpose, passion, and service, is that part of your mission is to be in service to humanity, but to also understand how it is that you can change your conflict, like this alchemical process, really plays into the strife and the anguish and the impatience that you feel around this path, right? So there's a level of purpose to the mountain being there in your life. There is a level of purpose to the experience of learning how to fall down and to appreciate the fall, right? Because again, when we shed our ego, it comes with a great fall. It feels like we're completely lost without that part of our identity when we finally shed it. And there is a massive amount of purpose behind that. And it is to teach you this divine patience, to teach you that it's all part of the journey to learn to accept these aspects of yourself. And maybe you're already doing that, right? But your destiny awaits your ability to let go of these parts of yourself and to continue to forge the path. Maybe you need to forge a new path on the mountain, right? Maybe it's inward in order to successfully climb the mountain. But there's a level of energy here that's coming through that's telling me that this process for you involves a lot of a lot of purging so that you can, again, clean your slate and allow passion instead of desire to help create this new life that you've been truly wanting and to live in a what is it, live in a frequency, live in a desired path that is of service to humanity and not just to yourself. And so sometimes it revolves around these ego aspects of self that we need to let go of. I'm also seeing that in this card, this fairy has two younger fairies um, in front of her. And she's shining this staff, this light, this frequency, this energy onto these two fairies. So these two fairies could represent children. They could represent energies. They could represent two halves of yourself. But it looks like through taking this path, you are shining the light or being the guide for others, right? For others. You're showing them the magic that exists within, allowing yourself to be in a state of complete coherence between heart, body, mind, and soul, which then illuminates the way for others to follow. So this could be your own children, this could be nephews and nieces, or for your family. You could be the generational curse breaker in your family, or this just could be for your own collective, for your own people that resonate with your core soul frequency. It appears to me that there's a level of magic required for you to believe in your own ability to transmute all of these aspects of self. And, magic coming up because we've got this unicorn here and we've got the fairies and we've got this beautiful energy, right? But it's not just the magic that lies within this journey, within this experience. It's the magic in being in unity and in balance with all things, right? And harnessing your own personal timing, right? Divine timing, divine patience. We've got another clock here, so that is double confirmation that this journey is about moving with the energy in a divine fashion, which means that you're going with the ebbs and the flows as they come. There are times for taking action. There are times that you need to subside and rest. There are times for doing more inner work. There are other times where maybe the energy is too heavy and too volatile, and then it's time to balance your emotions more, right? Than going into them in depth. So it's about timing. It's about your magical flow, the right energy, the right flow, the right frequency, the right time. It's about discernment as well as to when that is appropriate and what time and how much to put in or how when to pull back. Um, yeah, and by you doing this, by you learning this alchemical process, learning how to surrender to the lessons that the universe is trying to teach you, it allows new, like I said, new paths to open up to be forged, but it also illuminates a better way for others to either follow in your path or to learn from you, like as you being their teacher or their guide, whether they're physically in your life or whether they are spiritually connected to you. Hold on, I just got a loud ringing in my ear. What is it that you would like to say, Spirit? Oh, I'm being asked to clear the energy for a second. Mm, yeah, so I just heard that continuing on down this path does impede your destiny because what it's doing for potentially your soul family who you're connected with, so whether they are actually present in your physical life right now does not matter. Your soul collective, your soul family is connected to you on an energetic basis. And when you do not follow your divine blueprint, and you continue on this path, what ends up happening, especially for those who are within your circumference, so those who are actually in your 3D reality, if this has to do with children or generations to come after you, so nieces, nephews, daughters, sons, um, even other family members, uh, what happens is that you create karma that by staying in these patterns you create karma that makes it harder for all those who are connected to you to break free from, and the path becomes narrower and the mountain becomes bigger for everyone involved. Because again, we're not just working on our behalf, we're working on the behalf of humanity, of our bloodlines, of our ancestors, of our future generations. And so understanding that the path starts with you, that you are the generational curse breaker in your family, and that by breaking from tradition, breaking from old ways of being and conditioning and beliefs and structures and maybe religions and thought forms and society, uh, cultural beliefs, from breaking tradition with those things, you are then changing the destiny for not just yourself, but for others. And that's very important. They want you to understand that you're not just breaking, what is that? Breaking soil? Breaking ground? You're not just breaking ground for you. You're breaking ground for the whole collective that is connected to your soul frequency, as well as your bloodline, as well as your passed on holy ancestors and ancestors, as well as your future generations that you are connected to. And otherwise, you may keep them in a karmic cycle for much longer than they need to be in. And that actually creates more karma for you going forward into your next life and the life after, right? It's like if you were in this life and you were intentionally holding somebody back from accomplishing something, maybe a goal, or from doing well in their lives, or from it's like you literally are holding them back from reaching their highest potential. Okay, so that's what it's like. It's as though you were doing that, but it's on um, a karmic wheel. We'll put it that way, on a karmic wheel of destiny. And then you're holding others back as well. And the contract before coming here was that you would be the forger of this new path. You would go first in your family line, that you would take steps and actions to align yourself with your destiny. And by doing that, you're then fulfilling this karmic contract with your holy ancestors who have already passed and those who are currently connected to you in this lifetime, as well as your soul family. You've made many different contracts with these energies, with these people, and part of your destiny is to allow them to find the path. And so you first have to be the one to find that path so that hold that guiding light, right? That guiding light for others. And then by doing that, I'm seeing this planet with dolphins, right? And that is representing to me this balance. By doing that, you're bringing balance to all of these karmic contracts. So you're actually fulfilling a whole bunch of your karma by taking these steps. You are paying your karma, your karmic debt back by fulfilling your destiny. So in case you had some hesitations there, I heard, that might help you in moving or continuing to move in the right direction for you. I'm also going to read this for you from the book. Okay, so the color that is connected with this is Forest Rose Color Ray. So that would be this color here. So you may want to draw in that energy to help break open your heart, to come clean with yourself, to speak the truth, to honor yourself, to honor everybody's unique path, to honor where they are as a soul, whether they are ready to learn something or not, including yourself, right? So this energy, this rose color ray will definitely help with your heart chakra in opening it and allowing these processes to take hold without fear. Celestial interpretation. Destiny resonates to loving and purposeful service of the soul. The expression of joy and passion is related or is released into awareness and takes flight as the soul becomes activated to its highest path and true divine purpose. It is now time to fully embrace the multidimensional self in its beautiful expression of loving service. A soul's specific mission is a wondrous journey, and this empowering ray supports revelation and courageousness of spirit. Yeah, because it will take a lot of courage to face these parts of yourself, right? And to let go and to not perceive that as a failure. The oracle interpretation. It's time. You are being called to your higher purpose and destiny path. Get in touch with your passions. Your work involves important service to humanity. This is not a time for waiting, it's action time. Call forth joy and passion to fulfill your life's purpose. And if you don't know what that is yet, now is the time to explore. Call upon elemental and fairy energies to help you share your innate gifts with the world. Now, companion crystals are moss agate and kunzite. And the companion essential oil that you can use is rose. I'm not surprised about that. Love rose oil. Okay, that all makes a lot of sense. All right, and I did pull some affirmation cards for the end of this session here. So the first one that we did pull is I believe in my unlimited possibility or prosperity. I believe in my unlimited prosperity. Feel free to pause the video and write these down for yourself if you would like. I celebrate each goal I accomplish with joy and gratitude. Yeah, that totally makes sense with this reading, right? Yeah. All right, and then I pulled out some money magic manifestation cards for you. I release any fear of being wealthy with love and forgiveness. I am surrounded by positive people. Okay, and then I did pull a self-care activity, but this time I did ask a little bit of a different question. I asked for the self-care activity that you should be using daily or on a continual basis to support your journey. So something that you can implement into your structure, your routine, your schedule that would most benefit you or that's most important for you. And we did get ritual. So this card could mean a few things. Now, it could be that you need to build some rituals around how you delve into your inner world, or how you practice patience, or how you perceive the path ahead, or obstructions or obstacles, or how you perceive letting go or failure, um, rituals maybe around the practice of transmutation, or it can also mean that there is an aspect of your life, such as this whole spiritual journey, that you need to look at as more of a ritual, right? Because when we are when we're having difficulty along the way on our path, because of whatever is coming up, whatever insecurities or fears or hurt or anything that's making obstacles or preventing you from moving forward, um, there may be a need to ritualize the activity as a whole, looking at your whole path in a ritualistic fashion. So, what that means is that there are rites of passage along your journey. You don't just get to elevate to the next level until you've completed the cycle and you've learned the lessons from the last one and you've integrated them, right? So that's part and parcel to the situation here and needing patience is that um, this is like every step that you go forward or upwards, there is an initiation phase into that next phase of your life. And you may go through these initiation phase, these rites of passage, many times, even within 1 year. It depends on how quickly you learn the lesson. And again, these cycles repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat and repeat until you're willing to mine for gold within yourself to learn that lesson. The lesson, learning the lesson, seeing it clearly, honestly, and accepting all aspects of it, including yours and others, that is the goal. And so that is a part of the rite of passage, is that there is the rite of passage once you have been initiated into the next level, and that comes with the work, right? So Spirit is saying with this that there may be a need to see this journey from a broader perspective, and that is to ritualize it to some degree, creating like strategies. No, that's not the right word. Creating a format, in a sense, for you to follow when you are met with specific parts of your ego or impatience or blocks or resistance or guilt or shame, um, to have some sort of ritual to bring you back down to earth, right? So whether that's journaling or um, taking a bath with some essential oils or lighting some incense, lighting a candle, doing a little ceremony, or getting grounded in nature, or going for a walk, getting some exercise, whatever it is for you, creating some sort of ritual every time that you feel these parts of your shadow come up, then switching, like flipping the script on it essentially, and having certain um, caveats that you can use to dissuade you from continuing down this path. And instead, to shift your energy and your focus, because that's part of this transmutation and alchemization aspect, is that you need to learn how to shift your energy out of these states and into a more abundant state, into a more elevated state, not only energetically, but from your perspective, so that you can see things clearly, honestly, right? So there may be a need to ritualize the process in order for you to be able to comfortably integrate it into your day-to-day life. Because it seems like there may be a lot of apprehension to continue down a path where you've been met with one obstacle after another, but maybe there was a lack of clarity as to seeing the truth of perhaps who you've been, or perhaps how you're showing up, or how you're portraying yourself, or what you're taking responsibility for in your own life, or maybe not, right? There seems to be resistance to getting on the path or staying on the path, one or the other. And so that may show up in a lot, like in a multitude of ways, which might look like excuses, avoidance, addictions, uh, just self punishment, things like that. And so there may be a need to create some sort of ritual around this so that every time you're met with that energy that feels really difficult and that you don't want to be in, that you are able to shift that into something positive. So maybe spend a little time digging, mining for what's at the root of it, and then shift your energy into something that's going to uplift you, create joy in your life, that makes you happy, or that grounds you, or that you can then transmute that darkness into something beneficial for you. So that might be a creative project. That might be singing or dancing or exploring or going on a hike in the mountains or mountain, right? Being close to nature or whatever it is for you. Reward yourself every time that you take a step in that direction, even if it's just 5 or 10 minutes of exploring why you're coming up against this aspect of your shadow or your ego, why you feel the need to hide, why you feel burdened by guilt or shame or right? And make a commitment to yourself that even if you just spend 10 minutes exploring these topics, that you will, whether it's today or tomorrow or a week from now, but don't put it off any longer than that you will take action on some aspect of yourself that you've come up against to work in the opposite direction of that. So you're going to take action on these aspects of self to cleanse your slate, to purify yourself, and to counteract that behavior, counteract that that belief system, that structure, that programming, that dynamic, whatever it is, that you're going to take action on it to change it. Okay, so that's kind of what I'm getting from this card. Now, that concludes your reading for today. I do hope that you really enjoyed your reading, that it did help you in some way, shape, or form, whether you're on the path already to this, or that you've conquered it, or that you maybe still have some work together or work to do on it, regardless. If you did resonate with it or you did enjoy the reading, then feel free to leave a comment, claim any part of that, or let us know where you're at. It's up to you. Otherwise, do hit that thumbs up button if you did resonate with it. It does help my algorithm out, and I greatly appreciate it. And yeah, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe. Join our beautiful vibe tribe here on Unmasked Universe. Otherwise, I love you all so much. Thank you for returning. Thank you for being here, giving me some of your time and energy so that I can exchange with you in return. I love you, and I'll see you on the next video. Bye.